the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
The East is where we're from.
Shalom, shalom. Come on in.
The 12 tribes of Israel.
12 tribes of Israel. Come on in, brothers and sisters.
In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates.
The Lord held the water
The
still.
Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel.
12 tribes of Israel.
We be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Raleigh from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling.
Shalom, shalom. Come on in.
From Panama, yeah, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, AHAYAH's gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High's gather in Israel. I'm Elder YASHAYA of the Gathering of Christ Church here with our weekly broadcast, podcast, or, whatever you would like to call it. Yes, I'm in a little early this evening. That's right. I'm in here early. All praises be to the Most High, AHAYAH, the God of the Hebrews, AHAYAH. In the name of YASHAYA, that's the Christ, the anointed, Rawak. Through the Rawak, the Holy Spirit, I thank the Most High for another opportunity to come before you all. There's so many things going on that I had to jump right in. Okay. Also, I'm testing the system today to make sure there's no errors. No technical errors for our academy, okay? And I do have a lot of giveaways for the brothers and sisters who, y'all work with me through the last lesson. You can see I was a little frustrated with all the technical issues, but I'm straightening things out. We transition into a new studio. So thank you for your patience, brothers and sisters. I'm doing the best I can. Oh, y'all say y'all love the shirt, huh? The Hebrew flag with the 12 tribes here. 12 tribes, right? Hebrew flag with the 12 tribes. All praises to the Most High. I'll let you all know a little later what brother sent this shirt, so maybe we can support our family out there. I'll tell you where I got the shirt. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna drop the info on you. Don't worry about it. Jumping right in, you see the title. Why do they focus on black Jews? When I say focus on black Jews, it seems as if we are the center of everyone's attention. Okay? I hope to break that down and quantify that in this broadcast tonight. Also, I have Blog Talk in queue. I also have, well, Blog Talk, I'm going to pull that up later. And I also have Zoom waiting. Zoom waiting. Thank you all. Hey, y'all must like the shirt, huh? All praises be to the Most High. I'll tell you a little later where you can get it, okay? A brother sent this as a gift. We're going to talk about this. Why everyone out there is in our business. Well, let me say this, and it's going to, it's going to quantify it or break it down within the lesson itself. Brothers and sisters, everyone's in our business because they have to be in our business. They have to be in our business. Some people ask, why does Vlad make a platform and build his whole thing and engagement off of hip hop? Speaking of our culture, why is it that when we have our own churches, Messianic Jews come into our mix and seek to give us another denomination as if there isn't enough confusion in our neighborhoods? You wonder why when we had a civil rights, Jews and others locked arms with us to march, right? Why is it that everything we do, people not just pay attention to, but look to cleave to Judah? Well, we're going to talk about that and more. Some of it is good why they cleave to us, but a lot of their cleaving has a sinister undertone to it. Why is it that when they open the borders to immigrants, these immigrants are strategically placed where we live? Why? Why are we the focus, Black Jews? And why are we also the focus for depopulation? And folks, all the world know this. All the world understands this and are staying definitely they're staying what? Quiet. Deafening silence. Well, we're going to talk about that and more. See, I have the 12 tribes flag. That's right, folks, since they got their flags out there, right? I believe the American flag has been replaced with the pride flag, right? Hit the like button, come on in. We're going to jump right on in. Now, before I go in, a few things I would like to announce. A few things I would like to announce for the Hebrew and Bible Academy this coming weekend. As we dive into a brand new lesson, even though it's an old title, a brand new lesson from a different perspective. Who is Edom? Who is Edom according to the Bible? Well, you're going to find out a lot about Edom tonight. You're going to find out a lot about Edom tonight. Who is Edom? A prophecy from the beginning to the end. The final cataclysm between the Edomites and the Messiah. Christ is coming back to war against Edomites. And I'm going to be talking about that. We're going to be laying that out in the academy this weekend. I hope you all can be a part of it. historytimes.org if you would like to be a part of it. Also, week 7, we have a brand new lesson Okay, usually I do a round table. I'm going to try to, tighten up the round table more so than have it where we'll have a few Zoom people in. And yes, I fixed Zoom finally. It's fixed. Couples and singles where we can discuss the division amongst the children of Israel when it comes to marriage and or family. Now, I'm going to deal with this from an entirely different angle this time. An entirely different angle. What was in the fruit? Therefore, it's not a pointing the finger, man against woman, woman against man. She did what's wrong and she need to fall in order. No. What was in the fruit that have led to all of us? The children of Israel is cursed amongst all nations with what Adam and Eve ate. What was in the fruit that would lead to a divide? Here's a clue, folks. When we talk about a dopamine hit, folks, I'm going to tell you right now, it has never been broken down like this before. What if you have a fruit to make one wise? And through that wisdom, through that fruit, come a level of what? Curiosity. Also, an insatiable appetite for everything, where one is never satisfied. It doesn't matter. You're never fulfilled after eating this fruit. And how has that affected relationships? Well, I'll tell you this. And a lot of relationships break up because we do what? We have we put on our other half expectations. Unfulfilled expectations that will never get fulfilled. Believe it or not, folks, that was in the fruit. And we're going to break that down in scripture. When is being satisfied enough? Well, what if the fruit made what? One insatiable. One insatiable. Instead of settling, one being happy, food, shelter, raiment, be there with content, you'll always be looking for the next rush, the next adventure. Now, unfortunately, this affected Eve more so than Adam. Why? Because she partook of the fruit first. And and listen to me, she partook of this fruit, and with it she gained not just curiosity and temptation, but power. And through this insatiable fruit, there would be a power struggle for the authority the Most High had in Adam until this earth is judged. There would be a power struggle, man against woman, because she gained authority and power unknown to man. And through that, she could never relegate that, because even though it's in her to submit, she can see. She can see. And sometimes she can see sometimes beyond what the man can see under certain circumstances. It's only through the wisdom of God that she must submit. It's only through the will of God. And we're going to talk about what was in the fruit. And not only that, what has this world substituted today as the fruit? What is the substitute for the dopamine that was in the Garden of Eden that keeps man and woman at odds with one another? We're going to talk about that and more. And the greatest poison above all within this fruit is what? Pride, which leads to self-idolatry. Pride that leads to self-idolatry. You don't want to miss this. Week 7, we got all the technical issues out of the way through our transition from week 1 and week 2. This week, there will be a flawless academy with no technical issues. I'll tell you that. I want everyone to be on board for week 7 of this academy. Okay? The divide between man and woman, what was in the fruit? Okay? So get ready. historytimes.org. Now, since I'm going into Edom, this is Edom week. Who is Edom? I have a few giveaways. I have a few giveaways that Elder Lawyer and I will sign this Sunday. Okay? And we'll be sending them out to our special enrolled academites. We'll take a spin, and if you're in the academy and you come up, Elder Lawyer and I, will give you a signed copy, 2 of these, Edom Week, the Talmud Unmasked. The Talmud Unmasked. They'll be signed by Elder Lawyer and myself, and we'll send them out to you 2 or 3 day mail. You'll have them before the next academy week. The Talmud Unmasked, big time information, but Elder Lawyer and I will send this out. We'll also have an email that you can actually reach us, during the academy or whatever the case is, on the bottom of these particular books. Hey, speaking of Edom. Also, it so happens that I ordered like 3 of these, so I have an extra one. And what's going on in the earth right now, you're going to need this record. Medical apartheid. Medical apartheid. I'll tell you in a moment how you enter to win. In one moment. Medical apartheid. The history of vaccinations and things of that nature. Peer reviews are in here. The knowledge you would need to know, just talking about things throughout the earth. You want to see what's in this book, especially what they're about to roll out in the earth. Medical apartheid. Now, these 3 I'm going to give out. And I believe week 8, I have some more giveaways. All right. Someone asked, how do I get into it? How do I get into being able to get one of these sent? Well, if you're in the academy, that puts you into that spin we do. It's an online thing. We put all the email and contacts into this spin thing, and where it stops, the name, we send. So the only thing you would need the only thing you'll need to be a part of is the academy to have an opportunity to receive one of these books, signed books. The only thing you have to do is enroll. Okay? And that puts you in the mix for one of these, okay? So we're going to sign them, send them out. We'll have Deacon Shawan will be sending these out Monday to you. Okay, Monday, no later than Tuesday. You'll have them before week 5. Okay. Talmud Unmasked, I'm sending out 2 of those signed. 2 signed. And Lord have mercy, medical apartheid. Now, let's jump in. And again, for those who don't know, it's the Hebrew and Bible Academy. It's 12 full weeks of serious information. All right, we got Hebrew. We have news, not like any other news on earth, believe me, unparalleled. And the lessons with your PDFs and all that put together. You've never seen lessons like this. If it's your first time, come on in. Everything is in order. It's constructed, very poignant with history, peer reviews, you name it, it's in the particular lessons. We have peer reviews when it comes to certain sources, and everything is in your PDF. Each PDF is really, believe it or not, a textbook within itself. Each lesson is a textbook. All right? historytimes.org. Now let's go in. Let's go in. We're going to quantify everything for you this evening. Hit the like button. Also, it's early enough to open up the line for the phone, as well as Zoom. And yeah, also, if you have to work or have other plans Sunday, I understand there's only going to be so much sunshine before we transition over into the fall. If you're busy on Sundays and still want to be a part of the academy, that's fine, because it's pre-recorded. Everything is recorded, and you have access to it even after the academy is done. We give you a link. Boom. Put it on your television or your computer. You can pick and not only that, you can pick the portion you would like to start with first. You have your Hebrew, news, and lesson. So you can look at it any day of the week outside of Sunday. Okay? So don't let that prohibit you from actually enrolling. It's fun being there, but But anyway, let's go. Let's go. Speaking of medical apartheid, why do they focus on the black Jews? It seems as if we can't do anything without others focusing or imposing on our space. Think about this. Even during this election, right? They claim black people are 13% of the population. Why are the Republicans and Democrats so focused on which way black people, black men in particular, is seeking to cast their ballots? Think about that. 13% of the population, but everyone is worried about what Judah is doing. Listen to this and listen to this good. You're going to have the history to why they'll always focus on us. Folks, it's their position to focus on us. They are hired to watch and focus on us. And it has always been like that throughout history. And we're going to tell you why in a moment. Even the black boule, whether it be Steve Harvey, whether it be that guy Smiley that cried the other day, the fraternities and the sororities, they will lose their jobs if they cease from the mantle or position of controlling our thoughts. If they decided to do what was right according to the Bible, they would get cast out. They are what the Bible, well, what history shows, and I'm going to show you all that in a moment, they're buffers. They're buffers. They're always used and are incentivized. Those at the Breakfast Club, there's no independent thought, not even one, amongst those that are at the Breakfast Club. Okay? Whether it be Envy, whether it be Charlemagne, we're going to show you their position out of scriptures, how they're used by a particular faction, a historical faction that have always focused on Judah. They're buffers. They're in between something else, a society. And we're going to talk about this. And it's in their interest to keep us confused, off kilter, or entertained, while doing what? Yeah, while picking us off. That's the whole point. Think about this. I'm going to talk about it. Why focus on a war of strong, spiritual, ready men? Why focus on engaging that if you can get rid of the army before it had an opportunity to breathe? And we're going to talk about that and more, why they've always focused on Judah. And we're going to go way back into biblical times today, this evening. And see, this is why, to some degree, they try to label those like Kanye West and others crazy. You notice out of nowhere, they started talking about mental health and make sure you got your mental health together. And you start hearing about mental health all over the place. Why? Why have they started speaking of the mental health when they have the mental health and when they have the mentally ill in all authoritative positions as taskmasters over us? Okay, listen to what I'm telling you, folks. The reason they go into mental health is because they knew during the awakening that our people, when the Most High would begin to awaken our people, we would begin to question everything. And they needed a built-in accusation to demonize or discredit the awakening, so that they can dismiss situations instead of doing what? Instead of speaking to what's being addressed or what's being expounded upon. So instead of listen to what someone is saying during the awakening, and who are putting two and two together and stating and leading to a honest conversation, that would lead to an honest conversation, folks, they would then discredit one by claiming that they're off their meds, okay, or that they're mentally ill. So this is what you do. You what? You project, you misdirect, instead of addressing whether or not what's coming out of someone's mouth, addressing whether or not it's true. Why is so many people pressed upon our people? Listen to this. Last week, fair use. Last week, one second. Last week, we had Kanye West's interview with Candace on, right? And one thing stood out that I'm going to use, fair use, for educational purposes only, that I'm going to use to pivot off of right now. See, Kanye West began to, lose it because when he realized the world and the reality of the world, when he began to see it for what it really is and understood it, it became a serious paradigm shift for him. It totally destroyed the world he thought existed. He thought that he could, with his ideas, operate within this world and help change it for the better. That's what he thought. A lot of us grew up dreaming, believing that, hey, we can change things. We're good people. There's homeless people. We could easily just one day get old enough to buy a whole thing of land to help the homeless people who are living on the streets. How many of us had those dreams growing up? Never understood how a powerful, rich country as such can just walk over their own poor. But then he started realizing that no, the way the world is exactly how the powers that be wants it. This is how they want the world. And no one can actually fathom a people that would be so satanic, without spirit. And that in of itself breaks a person who's seeking to help a world that needs healing. All right? Now, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go to the Geneva Bible. It's a Bible that predates the King James Version Bible, real quick. And I'm going to pull up one thing from Kanye West and pivot off of that. Right? I'm going to the Geneva Bible. But before I go there, let's first go to Ephesians, the 6th chapter, and the 12th verse. Ephesians 6, verse 12. Ephesians 6 and 12 reads here. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Now, to quantify why they continually focus, the people everywhere, doesn't matter the race, focuses on us, right? This particular scripture can be a little ambiguous unless you go into the Greek. But for the sake of time, I'm not going to go there. For the sake of time, what I'm going to do is go to an older translation of the Hebrew book. That's right. It's the Hebrew book. Don't forget, the book of Hebrews is in the New Testament. I'm going to go into the Hebrew book, Ephesians, using this is, I'm showing a little bells and whistles, our Hebrew and Bible Academy type deal, Bible programs, right? Using the Geneva Bible. Using the Geneva Bible. And yes, as y'all can see, praise the Most High. Thank you, AC, for drafting our new Hebrew and Bible Academy logo. Great job, young man. Great job. historytimes.org. When you go to the Geneva Bible now, right? The Geneva Bible, when it says we wrestle not with flesh and blood, check out what it says in the Geneva Bible. And this Bible was drafted in the 1500s before the compiling of what we call the King James Version today. Put on the whole armor of God that ye may be able to stand against the assaults of the devil. So it says assaults. See? In the Bible, in the King James, it says the wiles of the devil. But this is more detailed when it talks about assaults. That God's people, those who believe in Christ, would be under assault. Why? 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and against powers. Check this out, folks. And against the worldwide, what? Governors. The worldwide governors. The worldly governors. When it says the worldly governors, this actually goes into governments. Now, King James, struggling on either side, fighting on either side, fighting to hold his position while getting this book translated called the Bible, warding off the Roman Satanic Vatican government. Okay? When the translation was done for the King James, even though in the Greek it goes into governors, you will never see the word governors, because most people would begin to question what? Government. Government. So we're looking all around the place, not realizing that there's assaults coming against us, conspiring against us from established governments. The princes of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness which are in the high place. Now we're going to deal with this for a moment. Hit the like button. We're going to deal with this now. Because obviously there was a battle against the wickedness coming out of Rome, the Vatican. Okay, even our people, we wrote the Bible. We were the translators of the Bible during the so-called Dark Ages. And we were warning the people that the Vatican and the God they serve, Satan, Samael, would conspire against our people once our people began to go into chattel slavery. So we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about it. Do y'all remember last week when Kanye West Now, do y'all remember when Kanye West said this? Now, the frame of our lesson this evening is, why do they focus on black Jews? Judah. You're going to find out tonight. Remember when Kanye West said this? Fair use. And I suggest you go see the whole interview on Candace Owens' platform. I'd like to give her the credit for the interview. Fair use. I'm only going to use, less than 1 minute, 1 or 2 minutes out of this. Fair use.
Yes. So I think that
they made you think that.
Yeah, it's like how people, they said the reason why I couldn't be on Daily Wire is the Israelite comment, and every black person is fine with calling ourselves black and being called black. But when I bring up the idea that we're Jew because we are from Africa, the Bible was the majority, it's like set in Africa, then it's challenging. And we talk about on the George Floyd documentary, it's called The Greatest Lie Ever Sold. The idea that black people are not Jew is the greatest lie that's ever sold, because you don't see the Jewish abortion rate at the same level as the black abortion rate. 50% of black deaths.
You don't see what? He says you don't see what?
Yes. So I think that
they made you think that.
Yeah, it's like how people, they said the reason why I couldn't be on Daily Wire is the Israelite comment, and every black person is fine with calling ourselves black and being called black. But when I bring up the idea that we're Jew because we are from Africa, the Bible was the majority, it's like set in Africa, then it's challenging. And we talk about on the George Floyd documentary, it's called The Greatest Lie Ever Sold. The idea that black people are not Jew is the greatest lie that's ever sold, because you don't see the Jewish abortion rate at the same level as the black abortion rate. 50% of black deaths a year is actually abortion. You don't see the Jewish divorce rate at the level of 70 something. You said the percent of black moms raising their kids by themselves. You don't see Jewish people shooting each other down in the street on World Star and then rapping about it.
So you all remember that. You know, that's just a refresher from last Wednesday. So why are they all up into Israel's mix? And why at the end of their, I would say, pressing upon the poor, why does it end in casualty, carnage, death for our people? Well, fair use, I need y'all to see today. I need y'all to see what they had, what they rolled out at the Democratic National Convention just the other day. I'm going somewhere with this. Stick with us. Just to announce before the DNC, Kamala Harris as the nominee, under the nomination. in celebrating Kamala Harris, what did we find in Chicago? Fair use.
Planned Parenthood mobile clinic. They have set one up just outside the United Center, and they won't just be handing out T-shirts and bumper stickers. They're actually going to be offering free abortion medication, inflatable IUDs, and vasectomies. News Nation's Kelsey Kernstein joining us live outside the United Center with more on this. The pro-life outside the United Center.
Hold up. What? Are you kidding me? Celebrating Harris's nominee, not pushing this on Indian people, not pushing this on illegal immigrants, but in celebrating their new nominee for president, Kamala Harris. Guess who shows up and for who?
Out T-shirts and bumper stickers. They're actually going to be offering free abortion medication, inflatable IUDs, and vasectomies. News Nation's Kelsey Kernstein joining us live outside the United Center with more on this. The pro-life groups, Kelsey, they're pretty outraged by this show from Planned Parenthood outside.
Hey there, Marnie. Good morning. Yeah, I've spoken to some of these pro-life groups. They tell me they're absolutely furious that Planned Parenthood would have a mobile clinic here during the DNC. Now, right now, I'm in the Union Park area. This is where protesters are going to be in just the next couple of hours. I can see them setting up. But it's interesting. I've gotten on the Planned Parenthood website. I cannot find an address for this mobile clinic. And
a mobile clinic focused on what? The death of our children. A mobile clinic. Now, you would never see this at a Republican convention. Interesting, isn't it? So it's important that a certain demographic think and vote a certain type of way. And it's important that they are in number, married to one side so that they can be concentrated on for the takeout. Hence the reason no one questions when white people are Democrat or Republican, or whether or not an Asian person is Democrat or Republican, or whether any other race is Democrat or Republican. No one asks the East Indians whether or not they're Democrat or Republican. But they have to focus on 13% of the population to make sure they're in the same pool, thinking alike, so that what? So that they can have a designated, when there's a designated destruction against that people, it's because they're under one thought and they can find them in one place. They can be easily found or herded into one place. So here it is amongst the elite. That's a message amongst the elite when they see Planned Parenthood in front of the DNC. Okay? They herd all of our people into one thought that leads to the death of children. Fair use. I'm going to play a little bit more of this. They have to focus on us, folks, and there's a reason. I can't emphasize that enough. There is a reason behind it. Fair use.
also, all of the appointments have already been booked up. Now, I do want to go ahead and show you this. So Planned Parenthood Great Rivers, which is based in Missouri, where abortions are banned, writing on X, saying, "Here we come, Chicago. Our mobile clinic will be in the West Loop on August 19th and 20th. Now, this is a neighborhood just minutes from the Democratic National Convention where it's taking place. Going on to read that they will provide free vasectomies and abortion medication. Now, emergency contraception will also be available for free without an appointment. Also, reportedly, Planned Parenthood has said that the mobile clinic demonstrates when states like Illinois work to support rather than restrict access to affordable care. The organization is also hoping to help those patients from surrounding states like, say, Iowa, to help get an abortion where it's been restricted. Marnie?
What's been the response from both sides, really, to this mobile clinic,
Fair
Kelsey?
use.
Well, the pro-life group really saying that this is demonic that the mobile clinic would be here. They've also said that the Democratic Party is the party of death. Now, we did reach out to one of the...
So if it's a party of death, why would you all allow the party to continue to push death legislation? This is how they play both sides against the other. You know it's a party of death, but don't mind this particular legislation going forward when it comes to destroying our children. Folks, if as many people or children of any other race were exterminated at the number Judah has been exterminated to this point, that particular thing they call abortion would be illegal. It would be illegal.
These groups, and this is Susan B. Anthony, Pro-Life America, writing us this statement, which reads, the Planned Parenthood DNC abortion bus is confirmation that the party of safe, legal, rare abortion is completely gone.
We find this action taken by Planned Parenthood is just totally disgusting in my eyes. We have so much to work for as a party.
And here's the sad part about it. You would expect Steve Harvey, with his influence over so many of our people who listen to his station. You would expect Ricky Smiley, with the demographic almost over 90% black people who listen to his radio broadcast each morning. You would expect the Breakfast Club. You would expect them, these particular people, being that the children who are actually deleted looks like them, you'd expect them to be doing what this white man is doing with a lesser platform. With a lesser platform, you have white people who in number aren't giving up their children through deleting them compared to us. Speaking out against this. I'm going to quantify this for you. You would expect anyone with a microphone and attention such as Oprah Winfrey, those who would have this strong influence throughout the earth to use their voice to protect those children who would one day, if had the opportunity to live, would look like them.
We have so much to work for as a party. We used to be the party that stood up for the little guy, that stood up for the working class, that stood up for the vulnerable, and to see Planned Parenthood taking this action at the DNC it's truly disgusting to me.
It's blatant. It's resounding. They're sending a message, folks.
On the flip side, here's what a Democratic strategist told us about the mobile clinic being near the DNC.
What we're trying to provide Americans, men and women, is the ability to make their own choices about their life and their body.
Nicole Brenner Smith. Let me look her up real quick. Nicole Brenner Smith. Let me look her up. Okay, let me see. Make sure I have the right person here. Let's look her up together here, folks. Let's look her up, brothers and sisters. Nicole Brenner, that's one N. Smits. Nicole Brenner Smits. Okay, let's see. Let's see if there's any truth to what Kanye said. Nicole Brenner Smits. 1 second. Let me look her up. Okay. Nicole Brenner Smits on X. She's a shopping enthusiast, a feminist, queen of eye roll, sitcom lover, union daughter. So she's a starch feminist. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. This is quite interesting. This is quite interesting. Okay. That's another Brenner. There's another Brenner by the name, it's a Jewish name, first Israeli American confirmed. Let's see here. Just made history as the first Israeli American, the first LGBTQ to be confirmed as federal judge. That's a different Brenner. It's the same name. It's a Jewish name, different person. Interesting. I'll leave that there. But this Brenner Smits isn't advocating for buses, abortion buses. They are. That's what the news say. Isn't advocating for these buses to roll around where her children or her people lives. Interesting.
Is the ability to make their own choices about their life and their bodies and their medical care, and not
medical care. Would it be medical care isn't death, is it? Would it be better to give these people their reparations so that they'll have what? The finances to give their children a better quality of life instead of choosing death for them? But that's a whole nother conversation.
Not have a politician make that in a back room for them.
Also really interesting.
Oh, man. Let's go to the next one here. Let's go to the next one here. This is 8 years ago. Brothers and sisters, this is 8 years ago. All right? No, 5 years ago. It was uploaded 5 years ago. Before the pandemic. Why do they focus on black Jews? Fair use.
The population of Africa is set to almost double by 2050, raising fears that progress in fighting poverty and disease will be reversed. So what can be done to ensure that poverty doesn't increase? And how can
we make sure poverty doesn't increase in Africa? And look who's going to resolve our problem.
Large youth population help drive progress? With me to discuss all of this and more is Bill Gates. Bill, are we at a turning point where regression is a real risk?
Well, first, the progress over the last several decades has been pretty amazing, both reducing childhood death, getting kids in school, getting agriculture.
Reducing childhood death. Okay. Reducing childhood death. That's good. But that's not including the children. That's not including the unborn. Why are they so focused on our people, be it in the inner cities here in the Americas, around the world, in Africa? Why focus on us? Huh? Now, I'm going to come back here in a second because, of course, he has a solution. Now, before we come back to his solution real quick, before we come to his solution, let's find out why they focus on black Jews, right? Let's find out real quick, right? Yeah, let's find out. Yeah. Let's find out. Let's go here now. We're going to show y'all a few things. Hit the like button. Interesting. Yeah, let's talk. Let me pause this real quick. Put that there. All right. Now, I'm going to let you all in one moment. In one moment, I'm going to let you all in. Y'all doing a great job with the like buttons, but we are about 300 likes away from where I need us to be. Hit the like button, please, as soon as possible. Hit the like button, please. Now, good. All right, let's go. Why are they focusing on us? Well, let's go here first. Let's go here first. Now, this particular source is the complete works of the Josephus. Let me see if I have one here. One moment. 1 second. See if I have it in front of me. One of these. See if I have it here. 1 second. Second. I probably left it at the building in the academy. But right now, let me pull it up here. The complete works of the Josephus. Let's just go over it with you all here, right here. Now, this is the complete works of the Josephus, where it speaks of, now, brothers and sisters, you want to know why they are always in our mix? 135, between 135 and 105 BC, around 135 BC, there was a forced conversion where the Israelites, the Jews, the Maccabees under Hyrcanus did a forced conversion on Edomites or Idumeans. They were pagans. And we forced these white people to convert to a form of Judaism, but they never accepted that conversion, right, in good faith. They resented the fact that our people, the Israelites, Judea, won the war. Now we're talking about 135 years before the birth of Christ. Now let's focus here for a second. We are in Antiquity of the Jews, chapter 13. Really, it's not chapter 9, part 1. Antiquity of the Jews. It reads here, but when Hyrcanus heard of the death of Antiochus, he presently made an expedition against the cities of Syria, hoping to find them destitute of fighting men and of such as were able to defend them. However, it was not till the 6th month that he took Medeba, and that not without the greatest distress of army. After this, he took Semiga and the neighboring places, and besides these, Shechem and Gerizim, and the nation of the Kuthians, who dwelt at the temple which resembled that temple which was at Jerusalem, and which Alexander permitted Sanballat, the general of his army, to build for the sake of Manasseh, who was the son-in-law to Jedua, the high priest. Now listen to this clearly, folks. As we have formerly related, which temple was now deserted 200 years after it was built, Hyrcanus took also Dora and Marissa, cities of Idumea. This is the Edomite city, folks. This is where white people were. Edomites were. The cities of Idumea, and subdued all the Idumeans, and permitted them to stay in that country, if they would circumcise their genitals and make use of the laws of the Jews. So these was white people fighting against us until we would take back our temple. And we said to these Edomites, who are also family of the Roman Empire. These were white people. We stated, listen, you are our brother, Esau. If you're willing to stop fighting and follow the laws of our forefathers and pick up the law, there's a truce here. We'll stop fighting you if you're willing to abide by the same law of our forefathers. Then what happens? And they were so desirous of living in the country of their forefathers. Why? Because Esau was the firstborn. He believed that the land belonged to him. And to some degree, they still believe it. So they were so desirous to be welcomed by their brothers. We've always welcomed them. That they submitted to use circumcision and the rest of the Jewish ways of living. At which time, therefore, this befell them, that they were hereafter no other than what? Jews. At this point, you would have Edomites, who are white people, a faction of them, not Jew through bloodline, who would be what? Jew through religion. Jew through religion. Now stick with me. I'll show you why they're always in our mix. They was there back then. As what? They were satellites. They were a satellite nation as a buffer between us and the Edomite priesthood. They were a buffer. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm just going into history. So if you want to know why, I'm going to show you in a moment. If you want to know why DJ Vlad, whether it be those executives of the record companies, it doesn't matter what we do, they must have a hand in and or an authoritative decision position in anything we do. That's their societal position since ancient times as satellites to keep the children of Israel in check. And that's not my opinion. Now listen to where this goes now. Listen to where we go at this point. Let me show you. Let me show you where it goes. Let me show you where it goes. One moment. One second. Now, I'm breaking it down. I'm trying to make this as simple as I can so that even a novice will understand the dynamics we're under currently in our current days, in our current time. You had the Edomites who converted to Judaism in 135 BC. Edomites. These, the children of those, are whom we would call white Jewish people today. That's just history. You had Antipas, who came out of that particular family line that converted to Judaism. You had Antipas, and then Antipas' grandson became Herod the Great, or Herod the Greek. Listen to me. So here's a white paper from 2002. Here's a white paper from 2002 real quick. And on this particular white paper, because I'm going into Who's Edom this week, so y'all really want to be there when I go into this. And again, for those who were there last Sunday, I do apologize for the technical issues, but everything has been fixed. Everything, believe me. On this white paper, it talks about the relationship between Herod, which is what? A convert from the family who converted under Hyrcanus in 135 BC. Herod and Augustus Caesar. And it says a look at the patron-client relationships. So even though they're the same family, Edomites, almost 150 years later, near that time, 135 years later, Herod and Augustus are patron clients. You have Augustus Caesar, who's over the government of Rome, who's in partnership with Herod, a white Jewish person from the conversion, who's now governor over Judea. Working together. Right? Now let's talk about their government positions as far as them working together. The relationship between Augustus Caesar and Herod the Great typifies the patron-client relationship that Rome used as a system of foreign policy. See, our people have to understand the politics of being an Israelite. So to understand why there was a Planned Parenthood minibus offering abortions in front of the DNC. See, you have to deal with the biblical understanding of what these politics truly are. This article explores their relationship, how it came about, its wider implications, and most important, how this system can explain Rome's ostensible hands-off policy regarding its client states. See? Its client states. So let's unpack this for a moment. How this system can explain Rome's ostensible hands-off. So it seems as if the government really isn't involved in the workings of the Jews, right? Because Caesar is hands-off. But his brother, who converted 135 years ago, that family, are now what? They're the gatekeepers between Rome and us. They're over the Sanhedrin now. Now you have Edomites who now are over the governance. They're over our societies. They're over our politics. So Herod the Greek, or the Great, through the conversion, is being recognized as a Jew. But really, he's on the side of the empire, the government, Caesar, because they're brothers. They're family. And it tells you in this document, right, that Herod was used as a satellite. Now think about a satellite orbiting the earth. A satellite's responsibility is to watch the earth for who's ever in control of it. That was the position of the converted Jews under Hyrcanus, who became Antipater, then Herod, to orbit our people, to be in anything we're involved in. Listen to me clearly. Because they had to report back to who? They had to report back to Caesar. And let's see how they work together now, right? Let's go to the book of Luke. How do we resolve real-time politics looking into the Bible? This is the only way to resolve all of it, right? You have two Edomites working against the Israelites, the Jews. See? Now let's go to the book of Luke real quick. So there'll never be a time where the people who converted, there'll never be a time until Christ returns. There'll never be a time where they aren't in our business. They have to be. Okay, there's tiers to it. There's reports that have to go back to who? Back to Caesar. And it's their position to be in anything we deal with to report and to control, to make sure our people don't get outside of the guardrails. Okay? That's what the Sanhedrin was put in place for. See? Now, let's go to the book of Luke real quick. Let's go to the book of Luke. Hit the like button for me, please. Hit the like button. Help us out here. Help me out. Right? Let's go to the book of Luke and let's deal with Augustus first. Augustus Caesar. All right. 1 second. Now we all know it was a Roman Empire who took us down in 70 AD. It was a Roman Empire. This is how we ran into Africa, eventually went into slavery and all of that, and still our people haven't received land or a home since the fall of our home, Israel or Judea. Okay? When you read in the Bible, the King James Version, Luke 2:1, and it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. Now, folks, the government must make a blanket decree. But really, it's what? It's not just to tax the people and understand the population and the number of the population. It's also to keep tabs on the prophecy concerning a king who would be born to become governor that was prophesied out of the Old Testament. Christ was prophesied to destroy the Roman Empire. So Augustus said, well, okay, we have to do something where it doesn't seem so obvious that we're seeking to kill the boy. So during around tax time, we're going to send out the army to get the taxes, but we'll also be doing what? Taking a census. Because the seers was telling them at this time that the child that was prophesied out of Judea could be soon born in the earth. Right? And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. Now check this out, folks. Let's look at that word taxed in the Greek. Apographo. Greek number 583. Apographo. That is to enroll, to tax, to write, or to enroll. So there was more than just, it was more, and folks, back then, it was the army who would collect the taxes. The armies would come with their swords, knock on the doors, get a census of who was in the home, enroll that house for the census that year, and then tax the people. So it wasn't just money, it was also a census. Right? And then then it goes down here and it tell you right here. A census. They're seeking out whether or not the child that was prophesied would be born. So they needed to take a census first because they were going to do something, a decree later, the dark seers told them the baby that was prophesied to destroy Rome could be soon born in the earth. Okay? I have a record on that. I'm not pulling that up. I'll deal with that another time. But this is why they began to do certain legislation so that when the time comes, they can get rid of that child who an Israelite, mind you, a black child who was born to overcome and to take the empire, to destroy the empire as was prophesied out of the Torah and Tanakh. So Alexander the Great, who will be considered one of the greatest Jews according to them, he wasn't in jury to benefit our people or to help the Messiah. He was in position to destroy the Messiah. Inside infiltration. That's him playing our people close for a purpose. Listen to what I'm showing you here. And all went to be taxed, everyone in its own city. And then what, folks? And Joseph also went up to Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth into Judea, unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem. That's right, Joseph, because what? Because Joseph was from the lineage of David. To be taxed. So he had to also enroll and be counted. He had to enroll and be counted the same time. And check this out. With Mary, his espoused wife, being great with child. She was about to have the child. So now, let's look at this for a moment. Let's examine this. Let's examine this, brothers and sisters. So now, if they take a census after taxing and enroll all those they have taxed, by the time the child roll around, they'll know any extra child or a different number after the census. Whether or not the number has expanded or whatever the case is, or people have died or whatever the case is, they have what? An up-to-date roll. An up-to-date roll on how many people are in Judea. They'll know how many people, who's pregnant, whatever the case is. Right? Now, check this out. This is why they pressed upon us, folks. This is why politically they're always in our situations. Okay? Because guess what? Since they could not kill the child the woman brought forth, the book of Revelations, they went after the people who brought forth the man-child. So what they couldn't do against Christ, they would set a system in place to target the men of Judah. That's prophecy. Now, that's one side of it. Now, it tells us in that paperwork, right? A matter of fact, let's read a little bit of it. Let's read a little bit of it, if you will, in the white paper. It states, the scholarship on the relationship of ancient Judea with the Roman Empire can seem contradictory. When mentioned in Judea, we're Judah, folks, it's us. This was before we fell. Roman historians correctly referred to Rome's stringent hands-off foreign policy. So they had a policy when it came to us. But it was a foreign policy with who? With Herod, the converted Jew, being the buffer. He would report Herod to Antiochus concerning the prophecy. And Herod was told, when the child is born, we must get rid of it. You're in position, get the child. The kingdoms under Rome's influence, Judea included, were autonomous, yet pledged loyalty to Rome. Of course, they pledged loyalty to Rome. They had an Edomite in position as governor over our people. By contrast, Near Eastern historians conclude that a totalitarian Roman Empire invaded Judea, using it as a satellite nation and a buffer state. So they started using this as a buffer state. And who was there? Herod was technically a sovereign king over the relatively small kingdom of Judea. This is an Edomite, a converted Jew. Now, he's governor over Israel, reporting to the Edomite Caesar. Are y'all following me here? Are y'all following me? Now, so once the child was born, because the agreement, according to their dark seers, was to get the child before the child would grow to fulfill the prophecy. Now, listen to this. Now, what does this mean for us? If they would have been able to kill the child, the children of Israel would be subservient. We would become perpetual slaves under Rome forever. That's what they thought. That's what they thought. Believe it or not, they tried to do this to Abraham. Nimrod wanted Abraham as a sacrifice. Terah refused, gave Abraham to Noah and Shem to be raised. And Nimrod ended up killing another child, a servant child, thinking it was Abraham, based on the seers, the sages who told him, if you don't get rid of that child, all nations will bow to Terah's son. We'll lose power. Nimrod tried to kill Abram. The seers told the Egyptians that there was a child who would be born, who would come. Moses. They tried to kill the children. Now Christ's prophecy was on the scene, and they had what? They had an Edomite in position now instead of an Israelite by the name of Herod the Idumean. Listen to me clearly. I'm dropping some stuff on y'all here. Right? So listen to me clearly now. 135 BC, Hyrcanus takes down Edom and say, you have a choice. Either you convert or we take you all out. The Edomites converted grudgingly. And these became the converted Jews, or the fathers of who we see today as European Jews, according to history. Later on, under Antipater, he raised himself in alliance with the Roman Empire with Julius Caesar and have children. Out of those children came Herod the Great, or Greek, a converted Jew. Out of that conversion, during the Hasmonean dynasty, 2nd century. Now, I'm going to bring it up till today for us. Now let's go to the book of Matthew to get the other side of this conspiracy to destroy the Messiah. Let's go to Matthew, the 2nd chapter. Matthew 2. Now, we've already handled what? Augustus' side, Augustus Caesar, who's seeking to take a census right before the child is born. Matthew, the 2nd chapter. Matthew 2. Matthew 2. Let's do it. Let's go. Matthew 2:1 reads, Now when YASHAYA, or Jesus, was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king. Now, mind you, folks, this is a converted Edomite. Okay? A converted Edomite from the families who converted during the time of Hyrcanus in 135. He's a Jew, but not a Jew through bloodline. He's a white Jew from the family of Edomites that converted. This is history, folks. There's no such thing as a black man who can convert into a genealogy. I'm an Israelite. I cannot convert into a genealogy. Jew or being Judah runs through my veins. That's not a belief. And that's the difference between us and them. Okay? That's a difference. It's a religion for them. But through our bloodline, it has nothing to do with our belief system. We are the children of Jacob. So now, let's deal with Herod real quick. Herod, he's an Edomite now. The king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem, saying, Where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east and are come to worship him. You know, according to the laws of the kings, you'd have to bow and give the king gifts. Okay, that's what it means by worship him. When Herod the king had heard these things, he was troubled. Now, why would Herod the king be troubled hearing that the Messiah for the Israelites or the Jews has come? You know why it troubled him? Because he was an Edomite. He was a converted Jew. It troubled him because what? He understood the prophecy of this child against Rome. And all Jerusalem with him. So they were waiting on another Messiah? Why be troubled? Why not celebrate and or embrace this child? See? And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. And they said unto him, In Bethlehem, Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet. Listen to this. And thou Bethlehem, and this is in scripture too, folks. In Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, art not thou least among the princes of Judah? For out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel. You go to Isaiah 9, and you can read the prophecy. Genesis 49, you can read the prophecy. So here it is. Now the Romans, the Edomites, feel threatened. So, but guess what? They could not have gotten this close to kill the boy unless they had a satellite in place watching our people. Someone in authority working for the other side. I think it's clicking right now, right? The light is coming on, right? So when you see these guys operating in the business where every place our people are, they're in the business, same thing. It's not just making money. If our people operate outside of the parameters given us, they must report it. Huh? So check out Herod. Then Herod, when he had privately called the wise men, inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. And he sent them to Bethlehem and go and search diligently for the young child. And when you have found him, bring me word again that I may come and worship him also. Huh? But guess what? The wise men came. They went and found the child. They gave the child gifts. You know the story. But check this out. And when they were departed, speaking of the wise men, I'm at the 13th verse. Behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise and take the young child and his mother and flee into Egypt, and be thou there until I bring thee word. The Most High sends an angel to him. For Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. See this? So an angel had to come and say, nah, don't listen. It's a trap. It's a trap. They're going to kill the boy and thwart the prophecy. See? When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night and departed into Egypt. Now check this out. They would stay in Egypt until the death of Herod. And check out what Herod does. Now, folks, this is through government decree. What we're reading is a government decree. So when people try to claim there's a separation between church and state, you're not supposed to be dealing with the Bible and politics, they don't want you to understand the target that's on your back. They don't want you to understand the dynamics politically of why we're systemically at the bottom, controlled by those who are tasked from one generation to the next to finish what Herod and Augustus Caesar couldn't. Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, was exceeding wroth, sent forth and slew all the children that were in Bethlehem and in all the coasts thereof, from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had diligently inquired of the wise men. So from the time that the census was taken, they were able to make a government decree, find out what's what, go into certain areas where the children were actually born, and take out all the boys who were 2 years and younger. See, but they don't need a decree anymore. They don't need to do it like, they don't need to be so barbaric with it now. But guess what? It's the same outcome. It's legislated. What's legislated? Fair use, fair use. Let's see what was going on at the DNC a few days ago. Let's see. Fair use. For educational and religious purposes only.
Planned Parenthood mobile clinic. They have set one up just outside the United Center, and they won't just be handing out T-shirts and bumper stickers. They're actually going to be offering free abortion medication, inflatable IUDs, and vasectomies. News Nation's Kelsey Kernstein joining us live outside the United Center with more on this. The pro-life groups, Kelsey, they're pretty outraged by this show from Planned Parenthood outside.
Isn't that something? Out of all the things to have in front of the DNC, a mobile bus that can conveniently get rid of more of the children of Israel. Isn't that a coincidence? Huh? Isn't that a coincidence, huh? Let's hear something real quick. Let's hear something real quick, right? Fair use for educational purposes only. Here's a Raleigh only 1 year ago. Fair use.
I think it's very important, as you have heard from so many incredible leaders, for us at every moment in time, and certainly this one, to see the moment in time in which we exist and are present, and to be able to contextualize it, to understand where we exist.
Look at the people
in the
behind
history and in the moment as it relates not only to the past but the future.
Look at the people, folks, behind.
I think it's very important, as you have heard from so many incredible leaders, for us at every moment in time, and certainly this one, to see the moment in time in which we exist and are present.
To see the time in which we exist and are present. Fighting for reproductive freedom, they called it. Man, if only Augustus and Herod had the top psychologists this world produces today. If only if they could have used psychology to trick those particular wise men. The angel had to intervene. The angels had to intervene, folks. They called getting rid of the children of Judah reproductive freedom. Boy, if Pharaoh could have had this level of control over the minds of the people.
To see the moment in time in which we exist and are present, and to be able to contextualize it, to understand where we exist in the history and in the moment as it relates not only to the past but the future.
But it's all right. Even though she said a bunch of nothing, I still don't understand. She doesn't make sense at all. You might as well have Biden staggering out there, stammering out there. Now, check this out now. I'm going to go there in a moment. Let me show y'all something here. Now, in order for them to execute, no pun intended, their plan against the children of Israel who has now awakened, they had to have this reproductive stuff clearly entrenched within our society, knowing that the majority of our people would begin the awakening. I stated earlier, why is it that our so-called black influencers on the radio why they don't stomp against the abortion that's disproportionately affecting the children of Israel. Where's the voice of Charlemagne using the Breakfast Club to stop this crime against our children? Where is Ricky Smiley to stop this? I even heard Dr. Eric Dyson, who always talk about protecting black women and all this other stuff, but you never hear him publicly say anything about the number of children that have died that have been taken out through abortion, pandering to our women. And guess what? What about Steve Harvey? Steve Harvey, you never hear him stand up and use his influence to tell our people, no, don't go that way. That women shouldn't have the right to what? The Bible says, thou shalt not commit murder. But where do they fit? Well, the Sanhedrin had lackeys right up under them in the Sanhedrin. Herod had the Sanhedrin, which would be your city council. You would have what? Augustus, the president, Caesar. You would have who? An Edomite governor who was a Jew by the name of Herod the Great, who sought to have the child. And then you would have lackeys up under Herod to carry out what? To carry out the plans to destroy and or control the children of Judea. So, who would these guys be if they were living back then? Let's go here real quick. Who would they be? Well, here it is in the Bible dictionary. The Ricky Smileys, the Charlemagnes, and all those on the radio would be considered in ancient times Hellenists. Hellenists, they would have been considered. What are Hellenists? Hellenists, non-Greeks. Non-Greeks who spoke Greek. Oh, who spoke Greek? Greek fraternity? A term used especially of the Jews who made Greek their tongue. So these are our people, renouncing their alliance or their allegiance to our God to gain benefits under the Roman and or Greek Empire. Hellenists are, it tell you here, especially of Jews who made Greek their tongue, and with it often adopted what? Greek ideas and practices. These are your Hellenists. That's who your Ricky Smileys are and all these others. They're Hellenists. They would be considered Hellenists back then. These are they who made a public denouncing of our God to take on pagan customs, pagan ideologies, and folks, the Hellenists began to resent our God and thought they were better than God's people. They were the gatekeepers for the Roman Empire. They carry Herod's and Augustus' water. They're lapdogs. They're fraternity right up under the converts. And they're controlled by the satellites under Rome. They're controlled. Okay? So when you see these guys stomping, let me show you. Ski-wee. When you see these guys stomping for the Democrats, the gatekeepers of the Democrats today, back then in ancient times, would have been the boot-licking Hellenists. Like your Roland Martin and others. Right? Let me show you. Divine Nine flexes political muscle as VP Kamala runs for president. And when you put in Divine Nine, folks, who comes up? Let's put in Divine Nine. Divine Nine are the Divine Nine witches and warlocks. Divine Nine are pagans, right? So let's get some images of your Divine Nine. There they go. Leading through black excellence. Divine Nine. An African, listen to it now. In the early 20th century, African American college students were tired of the racial discrimination. Folks, don't ever fall for the HBCU race bait line. They only put that out there to make us, to have us believe they're for us. When really, they're being controlled by Herod, by the conversion. And this is why every year or every election cycle, we're going to give some money to HBCUs. Yes, because these are your Hellenists, your gatekeepers, those who will push the agenda that will lead to the destruction of the children of Israel. Huh? And that's where your Ricky Smileys, that's where and don't forget, look how long Steve Harvey hid the fact that he was a Muslim. They always talk about church folk and all this and pandering to the church as if they're church people, when these people are dealing with secret religions against the Bible, against Christ. The boule. Exactly. Hit that like button for me one more time, please. So when you see these things, understand that these people are enemies to God and Christ. They're the enemies of Christ. When you see this, AKAs, when you see AKAs like this, you're looking at those who are selling our people. These are sellouts who sold themselves to sacrifice our people for the enemy. And what comes out of it? You've seen it. A bus rolls up at the DNC that will convince our women to get rid of their children. Here you go. Traitors to God. Traitors to Judah. Okay. Now, there's a few more things I want to go over here. A few more things. I'm not done yet. Now, these were the same people in position. These politicians for the last 4 years who said we need asylum seekers everywhere. We need to let them into the country. Let them into the country from Venezuela. After Chavez was killed, died. Venezuela was the example of South America when it comes to upward mobility, riches, power, a stable country in South America until the death of Chavez. After Chavez died, this happened to Venezuela. And I'm going to show you how it gets to where we are right now. Venezuela, check this out. 8 years ago. 8 years ago in Venezuela. Look at that. 8 years ago. It's still like this.
I've spent 4 hours in line here to buy bread, to be able to eat because there's no food. I was in a line this morning from 5 a.m. and at 11 a.m. I couldn't buy anything because there was nothing left.
The Western world came into Venezuela, turned it out, and even till this day, food lines around the corner, rations food for the country of Venezuela. Toppled the economy. Now, why am I showing you this from 8 years back? Now, there's a domino effect. You start starving out a country, and you can't feed the people, not even in prison. The families couldn't even feed the prisoners. And eventually, there was a need for asylum, where you would get the worst out of their prisons and all that, and give them a license to come into the United States. As long as they don't press upon the others and do a job by doing what? Exhausting the treasury so that inflation can go up. Take all the money so there's more inflation. And then through the what they call migrants, they'll let the migrants do what American citizens can't. And what do I mean by that? Well, just say, for instance, you are a landlord, locked in to these contracts under Section 8 for the next 3-4 years. Right? You probably thought that when the pandemic went down, that maybe these people probably wouldn't have survived, but for some reason, these people still keep kicking. It must be their God. They're thinking, as a landlord, I got all these people locked into these apartment buildings for years under a lower contract with $10,000 per unit. Right now, $10,000 per unit I'll receive if I can just allow the migrants in. Because under the last administration, all of this money is being given to landlords if they're willing to house migrants. I need to get rid of these Section 8 people and those who are paying pennies on the dollar while the getting is good. Landlords are making hands over fists if they can find a way to kick out the people who are living in there and replace them with asylum seekers. Right? So, they can kill two birds with one stone. I'll have them move into the buildings, and through them occupying the buildings, all contracts can be breached without lawsuits. Without lawsuits. Fair use.
Not sure.
They were ducking at the complex, which some say needs to be shut down because of violations.
It was a shooting that sounded like all-out warfare. That's how people described the gunfire at an apartment complex in Aurora last night.
Now, people say they were ducking at the complex, which some say needs to be shut down because of violations there. Fox 1 reporter Vicente Arenas today getting a closer look at some surveillance video showing an armed gunman. Vicente is joining us live now from Aurora with more on this story. Vicente.
Erica, that video was downright chilling. We're not going to be able to show that on television, but I also want to let the viewers know that we have just gotten some new information from the Aurora Police Department saying that a regional effort has now been started to target crime involving migrant communities. This is a big deal because for quite some time...
Oh, after allowing them to come through, the gatekeepers brought them through the Hegelian dialectic. Problem, reaction, solution. Only to say we need to now do something to get these people out. Now, the whole thing is once we get the people out, conveniently, the people that were there before them must go with them. See? That's how you clear out space without any lawsuits. That's how you clear out space. And on top of that, avoid any liability. You can move these migrants, these prisoners, all around from one state to the next, depending on what apartment building you would like to free up to get the big money. After they're done that apartment building and our people are evicted, you won't hear nothing else about that building until years later when it's thriving and moving. See? And then after that's done, they'll be moved to another place and go to another city, being directed into another apartment building that they want to get money out of to move their people in. So they need to cause the chaos and get our people out of the way so to avoid liability. See how it works? It's all coming together, right? And on top of that, allowing all of them to be able to vote during the election to bring in the rest of their family after they've toppled the economy of Venezuela. Hold up. I have more. Look at this. Forced to vacate. Now, do you think it was the Venezuelans? Are the Venezuelan gangs, are they the target? Or those who had nothing to do with the migrants who are forced to vacate now? Huh? This is Amalek's work at its finest.
We start tonight at 9 with a dire message for those living at this condemned apartment complex here in Aurora. It says, save our souls. You see the letters right there, SOS. A message written out in rocks in the middle of this complex. This is located near Nome Street.
Well, people there have just a few hours left before they'll be forced to leave. Tonight, we're speaking with a family that is impacted and learning more about their situation.
I wonder how much money they'll get per apartment after this place has been vacated. our people are getting kicked out to the streets. No one is talking about this at the DNC. No one is speaking about this. No one is talking about this. But, you know, of course, they have a plan for us. They have a plan. Because what of some of the centers that were holding illegals on the outer skirts? On the outer skirts of Texas, Arizona. A lot of these so-called detention centers for migrants before the Biden administration was placed there. There's a lot of empty places. There's a lot of places where ISIS would take illegals to be detained within the United States. Who do you think are going to occupy those? Huh? Who do you think are going to occupy those? Huh? Okay, Elder Lawyer, I think he's ready. Let me bring Elder Lawyer in. I didn't see that. Let's see. Shalom, El. Shalom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. One moment.
One moment. Let me make some adjustments here. All right. Shalom, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. One moment. Say something.
All right. Shalom. Shalom.
Okay, 1 second. Let me adjust this here. I'm sorry. I had my phone turned off, Lawyer. I just seen that
no problem.
you messaged me back. You know, I was.
There's no problem. I didn't want to break the flow anyway. I know you had a few things to show, so I didn't want to break up that flow by having to stop and bring me in.
All right, the water. I'm near the end of it now. There's a few things I want to talk about, and I know you probably put something together in the wake of it. So, 1 second.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see. All right, right here is where I need to be. All right, say something now to the lawyer.
Yes, sir. Mic check 1 2. Shalom, shalom. Mic check 1 2. Shalom, shalom.
Absolutely excellent. I can hear you loud and clear. All right, 1 second. A few more things I need to go into. 1 second, Elder Lawyer. I'm going to make sure I have you here.
Yes, sir.
I finally got this set up together, so I got to sit down with you and go over it. It's super bad now.
Yes, sir. No doubt.
Right. Let's see here. Side by side. All right. Okay. Yeah, you look good there. All right. Side by side. All right. We looking good. My brother, how you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. I need you to get Maccabees, the first chapter, so that we can break down these Hellenists in a moment. Right? These Hellenists, because a lot of people can identify to understand why black people would actually sell their own people down the river. The whole Democrat Party was set to make sure the children of Israel stay in one place politically with one thought, so that when it's time to get rid of us, they don't have to go all over the place. They can keep us condensed into one party, one thought. And their focus was to separate the man and woman and get to the woman who would decide without anyone around to get rid of the man child. Right? So just imagine if Mary is being pressured and Joseph is nowhere around to help her. See? So they had to systematically do this woman empowerment thing, even though our women haven't been empowered to help themselves out of their condition. It was all to separate so that they can get to the children and destroy the children before they had an opportunity to breathe. Okay? Hold on, other lawyer. I'll be right back with you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Winding down. Winding down. And a matter of fact, I don't have no time to go into this paper, but I will go into this coming Sunday. This coming Sunday, I'll be going into this paper. This paper I have here, white papers from Just Store. Idumea and the Idumeans in Josephus' story of Hellenistic early Rome and Palestine. Okay? And when you go into this record, it breaks down the political landscape of what was going on when the Edomites converted into Judaism. And guess what? There was some serious resentment against us during this conversion. Because because the Edomites were dealing with a lot of mysticism, a lot of witchcraft, Babylonian mysticism. And in order for them to stay in Judea, they had to renounce all of the gods of Canaanites, their secret religion, and convert into following the Torah. And they resented us for this. And I'm going to be talking about this. And it was a what? It was a forcible conversion. Okay? We gave them no choice. Either you let go those gods. We're not dealing with no child sacrifice. We're not dealing with no bloodletting. We're not dealing with none of this mess. Either you let it go, or the Israelites under the Hasmonean dynasty would have gotten rid of all of them in the area. It was a forcible conversion that they resent even till this day. And that's another reason they're lashing out at us. Okay? So I'll be going into this paperwork this coming Sunday to show you the ethnic and cultural cataclysm back then. The difference between what we're dealing with now and then, at least back then we knew we were Israelites. We knew what we were up against politically. We knew the mindset of our brother Esau, who was seeking to undermine us. It took them about 135 years, but by that time, they found their way to what? To power. Into power, aligning, making an alliance with Julius Caesar, Antipater. Edomites on either side. Now they have what? They have a king in Judea as an Edomite to set up a construct to infiltrate and or to destroy us politically. And that's what your fraternities and or sororities are. It have nothing to do with helping black schools, HBCUs. These are the gatekeeper schools that are funded through government like they were in Roman times. All right? Wanted to throw that out there real quick. Now, so here's their answer. There's a lot of empty places now that they've allowed the migrants, the so-called migrants, to run loose. Somebody sent me something today. I need to show this real quick. Hold on. Stay with me. Hold on. I seen it on Politico. One second. Politico. One second. This story just came out. Right? Yeah, I got it now. I got it here. Now, so right on schedule. Right on schedule. And thank you, Shapat, for highlighting this particular story in AP. Associated Press last Sunday. I mean, it was so deep that I couldn't hold it strictly for the Academy. WHO declares Mpox outbreaks in Africa, a global health emergency, and a new form of the virus spreads. And here it is, this is like an AI generated thing right here. But all in all, look who is the face of smallpox. Right? Look at this. So I wonder whether or not they're going to do something else and then have this emergency that would lead to the vacant centers that was once housing migrants. I wonder, are they going to use that for alternative housing for the people they're kicking out? Just wondering. Right? Just wondering. I'm putting it out there right now because, believe it or not, if they're kicking you out, there is an alternative option already in place, especially if there's some type of civil war. I'm going to go into that a little later. Now, I wonder how Russia feels about the Mpox, because they have. Let me put these side by side, a matter of fact, to show you how ridiculous this is. To show how ridiculous this is. Right? I'm going to put this side by side. And guess what? When it comes down to the remedies and what to do, guess who's going to be scaring people into following the status quo? That's right. Your Ricky Smileys, your Ski Wees, your Steve Harveys, your Roland Martins, the same people that have always sold us out. All right? So now they're going to put this mess out there. But let's see what Russia's saying. Politico. This is a reputable media source. Russia on Mpox. No risk due to our traditional values. So now we have a disease that's, I would say, that's partial. It depends on your traditional values on whether or not it can affect you, right? So if you look like this, you're fine because your traditional values will ward off any risk of the Mpox. But if you look like that, so now we have a disease that's connected to what your traditional values are. Okay? So Russia's saying this is what they're saying. It's to do about nothing for the Russians. They're saying Russia is a pretty chill about the Mpox threat. They really don't care about it. Right? Oh my goodness. What they say? Anna Popova, the head of respiratory Nadzor, the Russian consumer protection watchdog, said there's no risk of mpox spreading in Russia, hinting that's because incidence is higher amongst gay people. Now, that's what she said in this article, Politico, circulation Politico, that it's a risk on gay people. Now, I'm suspect with that because the last time they said a disease only affects gay people, AIDS, anyone? It ended up being a thing where there were billboards all over our neighborhood saying, test for HIV, AIDS is affecting us. So I'm connecting the dots to you folks, for you folks. At the end of the day, what's ever out there, at the end of the day, falls on Judah. Falls on Judah. Because that's truly the target. And you know what? They're surprised we didn't find this out a long time ago. It's our people who are always what? Late to the party. Every other people out there know when they roll something out that this is really systematic eugenics to do what? To sustain the earth, to protect the earth. From overpopulation, as they claim. It always comes down to whatever it is. Africa population is a threat. Blacks are a threat. When the pandemic happened years ago, they said we must give it to the people who are disproportionately affected. And at the end of the day, they must stay in our position. They must stay in our space to finish what they couldn't during the time of Christ and or 70 A.D. Elder Lawyer, before I open up the lines and all that, real quick, Elder Lawyer, if you will, let's get Maccabees so we can show people our modern day Roland Martins and their positions right now. Right? All right. 1 second. And I wonder, is anyone going to do any of our people talking about these migrants pressing upon our people in these neighborhoods, getting us put out and all these others? You notice they're not saying anything right now concerning this. You can't make this up. Here they go. Now let's show you the position for people like this. They're the Hellenists written of in the Bible, sellouts. And guess what? They use race. They use the word racist as a stick. Mm-hmm. It's almost a code word they use in jest. They don't care about our people. They use it for a political, just for a political talking point to justify the payout, the bribery that goes directly to them. That's all they do. They use racism as if they really care about this guy don't care about us. A matter of fact, they are willing to vote in the next administration that could finish us off altogether. That can finish those who would go along with it off. Okay? Let me make that clear. Elder Lawyer, let's get the scripture on guys like this.
Yes, sir. 1 Maccabees 1 verse 11 says.
Okay, hold on. Let me get it with you.
Yes, sir.
Let me get it with you. I know you quick on the draw.
Yes, sir. No doubt.
Hold on. Let me. You are quick on the draw, young man. 1 second. All right. Let me pull you in here. I can't wait till you see what I've done with this setup now. I tested it here. I'm going to do Zoom and everything to make sure everything is good tonight.
Yes, sir.
But anyway, right, let me grab you here. Yeah, right here. There you go. All right. One second. Bear with us, folks. Making sure Elder Lawyer is here. All right, good. Elder Lawyer, I'm going to go to the Apocrypha here. I'm going to go to the Apocrypha. Just the Bible view itself, right? 1 second. Oh. A matter of fact, I didn't download that yet. Hold on. But just read it real quick, if you will.
Yes, sir. This is 1 Maccabees 1 verse. I'll start at verse number 10.
Go ahead.
And there came out of them a wicked root, surnamed Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been in hostage at Rome. And he reigned in the 137th year from the kingdom of the Greeks. In those days there went out of Israel wicked men.
And in those days it went out of Israel what?
Wicked men.
Wicked men, read.
Who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us.
Let us go and do what?
And make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us.
Let us go. Hold on. Let me get it here.
Yes, sir.
I'll pull it up in a minute. Let us go and make a covenant with what?
With the heathen.
With the heathen, the Gentiles. And this is why they don't care about all the different migrants coming in from Arab countries, coming in from East India, where Kamala is from. They don't care about, they've always made an agreement with every other nation, heathen, outside of their own people. These are your Roland Martins. These are your Steve Harveys. They've always made an agreement. Like the mayor of New York, the mayor of Chicago. Folks, they knew how this thing was going to shake out well before they opened the borders. Go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
It says, in those days there went out of Israel wicked men, wicked men who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen.
Let us go and do what?
Make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us.
That are round about us. I got it right here. Maccabees 1. Read that last verse again for me, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. 1 Maccabees 1 verse 11.
Hold on. Let me grab it so they can see it. I finally got it here. Right here. Maccabees 1 verse 11. Read it.
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
In those days there went.
Hold up. It's not working here for some reason. It's still showing the same thing. One second, Elder Lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Check 1, 2. Check, 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 check. All right, that's good. All right, I got it here. 1 and 11. Read it.
Yes, sir. In those days, there went out of Israel wicked men.
Out of Israel, wicked men. These were our people who have an alliance. Their alliance is not with Israel. It's with sororities and fraternities led by who? The satellites who were placed over us.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
Check this out. Who persuaded many. What are they doing? You just covered this earlier. Dealing with emotional persuasion. Trying to get our people to vote a particular type of way. It says, who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us.
And that's what your fraternities and sororities are about. They are politically connected to the DNC to keep our people in one place. They are to herd us into one thought, one mind, one place, so that the enemy can destroy us. That's their job. If it's something about LGBTQ, they must speak for it. If it's something that comes with standing up about anti-Semitic, they must stand against it. Okay? The only thing they are allowed to do is speak to speak in deference to the other side, which is the Republicans, to make everyone believe that what? That the two sides aren't working together. So they're allowed to say anything they want about the Republicans. But they cannot say anything about abortion. They can't speak against it. They have to be for it. Any liberal talking point, they're behind. Not only that, they will actually persuade others to follow anything the enemy rolls out. And I don't care if that's Stephen A. Jackson. Stephen A. Smith. Stephen Smith. I don't care if it's Stephen Smith. I don't care if it's and thank you, other lawyer. I don't care. Sure. I don't care if it's Roland Martin. They'll talk all this stuff, but they'll come around to the same decision to support it. You know why? They don't have a choice not to.
Mm-hmm.
There is no choice. They've made an agreement. So they can even Charlemagne, they come around and say, well, I don't agree with all this, but I'm still going to do this.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
They'll tell you all the reasons you shouldn't, but say, but I'm still going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Wicked men who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen, read.
That are round about us, for since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow.
Now let's go down to the 14th verse, because you must have a place of influence to persuade the masses. That was the MARB. The modern day MARB is television, sports, a place where you can have eyeballs, even arenas, where you can have all the eyeballs at the same time looking at one thing. And this way they can do what? They can have a sure shot at influencing the majority or swaying the majority one way. And this is why a lot of people, Elder Lawyer, wondered why they had Megan Thee Stallion. The reason they had Megan Thee Stallion is because why? Ain't nobody looking to hear or see or hear Kamala talk.
Right.
That's number one. You'd be better off trying to figure out what Biden was talking about. But they had her there based on the and she had no decision on who would be on stage, folks. That was a DNC plan to actually persuade a certain demographic. You give a free concert, and now you can pack the place to make everyone believe that there's some grassroots following from Gen Z, as they call it. And then you will have young people listening and looking. And at the same time, you're not dealing with the brightest demographic, because you're seeking to sway the simple and herd them to their own demise. So that was the perfect act, the perfect performer to have for what they're trying to do. Okay? Perfect person to have for what they're trying to do. They don't care if people don't like it. Let's go back, read on, Elder Lawyer, about the exercise real quick.
Yes, sir. 14.
Yes.
Whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem according to the customs of the heathen.
Sports. They built a place of exercise at Jerusalem according to the customs of the heathen. They put it out there, and they built it so that they can have what? Back then, they didn't have TV and all that. You can have the influence, or have everyone, what? Broadcast at once, who are witnessing the games. See? Spectators. See? This is how they do it. And you have to be on code. Hence the reason Kyrie Irving, Jaylen Brown weren't invited to the Olympics. They know they are Israelites. They know they're from Judea. (15)
Yes, sir. And made themselves uncircumcised and forsook the holy covenant and joined themselves to the heathen and were sold to do mischief.
Now check out the flip side of this, Elder Lawyer. During the time of the Maccabees under Hyrcanus, we forced the Jews, or the white pagans of Idumea, to become circumcised, or they would lose altogether in the war. They say either you do this or the sword. That's what happened. And we forced them to circumcise. So
right.
what must our people do to compromise for them? They must do the reverse. They must become uncircumcised, which means you must tote the water for the heathen authority. You must push their holy days, your holidays. You must push their ideologies. You must also push what? You must push their political views. And it's really all targeted at persuading us a certain way, so that we can fall to what? A demise. We can fall to our own peril. That's what it's about. It's just shepherding and leading the sheep to the slaughter. And this is why the heathen must play us close. There'll always be a Vlad. Okay? There'll always be. Before him, there was, don't forget. Hey, listen to this, Elder Lawyer. Muhammad Ali. Who they had there? Howard Cosell.
Right.
You always got to have someone playing you close. They're going to be there. They have to be there. The same way Herod was there during the time our Messiah was born, seeking to kill the child. They're going to always have, that's why you have Vlad. Yeah, by the way, a guy could be talking about him just having a child. Man, I'm just dealing here with my child, man, and I'm having a new baby. Hey, congratulations, man. It's good to hear, man. By the way, when Little Uzi said that he shot someone in the back, by the way, there's some word out there that you were in the car. What say you on that? I mean, some people try to say you a sucker. I know that you ain't gonna try to, you're not gonna try to deny. You know the streets. You're not gonna cower down and say you weren't a part of that. Next thing you know, that guy locked up. Yeah, by the way, the guy talking about his child. Yeah, by the way, I heard you was in the club that night. That's how they work. There'll never be a time where they're not playing us close. You know why? They have to. Man, Elder Lawyer, I got a book on the Jesuits that just came. Wait till I go into the Jesuit lesson. And folks, they continually change the organizations they hide behind. You'll never hear them claim Jesuit. They hide behind certain names, okay? When you hear apologetics, Jesuits. CIA, Mossad, Jesuit. MI6, Jesuit. Wait till I go into the Jesuit oath and you'll understand the connection between, hold on, I gotta grab this book. You know what? I don't want to have to go in the house real quick. I'm gonna chill. Sometimes I get all excited, and next thing you know, they'll grab the book before I got a chance to to actually teach it. But in a nutshell, the book is an old book, and it talks about the connection between Jesuits and Jews. Jesuits and Jews. And guess what? That's right. When I go into Edom, I'll be bringing that out this coming Sunday. Wait till you hear the oaths. It's going to blow you away. This coming Sunday. That's all I can say. All right? Now, so guess what, folks? They'll always be there because that's their position. Ever since the fall of Idumea and the conversion of the Jews under Hyrcanus, the Hasmonean dynasty in 135, and that was our people converting them. They were seeking to gain some position amongst in authority in Judea, and that became the Sanhedrin Council. The Sanhedrin would have been what you would call the top synagogue over all of Freemasonry during the time of the Roman Empire. Until this day, all Freemasons, all fraternities, all sororities fall under the synagogues in the world. They must take all of their cues from the synagogues. It was set up like that since the time of Christ, so that they can have people in place to get rid of the child. What say you, Elder Lawyer, before I open up the lines here?
Yes, sir. Just a few things dealing with the topic of tonight's discussion. Why do they focus on the Black Jews?
Okay.
I believe that there is a focus on Black people as a whole. However, I do believe that there is a special focus, a specific focus, especially on those who identify as Israelites.
Break it down.
Okay. And the reason why I think so, many people may not think this to be a popular opinion, but my opinion is that when you hear of the term Israelite or you hear of the term Jew, automatically is associated with who? The people who the world identifies as the Jews. So now the question is, what happens when black people start identifying as quote unquote Jews? I believe they're afraid that we might start thinking and acting like Jews. What do I mean by that? Well, if you examine those who are acknowledged worldwide, globally, internationally, as well as nationally in this country as Jews, you notice that there's a specific way that they operate amongst themselves, in their communities. There's a certain way that they operate politically, and there's a certain way they operate religiously. And obviously we understand that the religion is the center of everything they do. So if you look at the Jewish people, they have what? Their own communities that they control. They control the destiny of their communities. They rarely have to go outside of their community for anything because everything they need is where? Within their community, whether it's the synagogue, whether it's the butcher, whether it's the furniture store, whether it's the clothing store. In fact, let me ask you all this. Maybe I see something differently. Maybe I'm not paying attention when I go into certain places. But let me ask you all, when you go into places like Target, when you go into your shopping centers, when you go into your shopping malls, how often do you see Jewish people in those particular places shopping alongside with you? How often do you see them going into those stores to buy sneakers, to buy fresh gear, to do things that we would normally do in these places of, concourse? And I'll just wait a moment just to see some of your responses. I would say me personally, I can't even remember or recall a moment where I saw someone of that persuasion or of that religion or who identifies as that ethnicity, however you choose to identify that. I rarely see them in the same places shopping alongside us. Why? Because again, they have all of these things within their own community. So again, what does that have to do with us who identify as Jews? Well, if we start taking on that same mindset, no longer will you see us in Target. No longer will you see us in Gap. No longer will you see us in the shopping centers and the shopping malls. Why? Because now we would begin to take control of the destiny of our own communities. We would own our own communities, invest and put money and resources back into our own communities, rebuild our own communities, and ensure that everything we need is within our communities, which I think that would change the world overnight, whether you're talking about financially and otherwise. There'll be no need to go to their butchers, their grocery stores. Why? Because we would have a butcher in our own community. No need to go outside the community for anything. Why? Because it's all amongst us. So that's one reason why I believe that they have a special focus on those of us who identify as Jews or Israelites. They don't want us to start doing what the other people who identify as Jews do, because again, if we do so, this whole thing would collapse overnight. Now, for the greater population of Black people who may not identify as Jews, I think that there's still a focus on them. Why? Well, very quickly, let me read this. You can comment at any point.
Okay, let me pull it up. Which you going to the Apocrypha or the Bible as a lawyer?
The Bible, Exodus 21 and 24.
Okay, hold on. You said Exodus 21 and 24, right?
Yes, sir. This is why I believe that they have a special focus on, or a focus in general, on us as a whole population, whether we identify as Jews or not.
Okay.
All right, Exodus 21, 24. Salakia, what?
I have it. Exodus 21, verse 24. It reads, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, hand for a hand, foot for foot.
All right, verse 25.
Burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. And if a man...
All right.
Go ahead.
That's it on that, Salakia, sir. So, yes. What does this have to do with the topic at hand? What does this have to do with their fear of black people in general? Well, let's take an analysis, or let's give an example, or give some examples of how the nations think as a whole, right? When you look at what happened during 9/11, even though we know that there is narratives behind the narratives, I'm just going to go with the narrative that they gave, right? A foreign entity, who they said was Osama bin Laden and terrorists, insurgents, or what have you, got control of some planes and ran those planes into a building, right? Now, when that happened, did the American government say, turn the other cheek, let bygones be bygones, because vengeance is the Lord's?
That's deep, Elder Lawyer. What about October 7th?
I was getting there.
No, go ahead.
It was one of the examples.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So let's go to that one. In fact, let's go to one before that, when we saw what happened in Germany. I'm not going to mention the individual who was in power. I know that that's a very controversial name. Not going to mention it, but we all know that an event happened during maybe the 30s and the 40s in Europe, specifically
called
areas
Holocaust.
like Germany. Yeah. Yes. So when that happened, and now when those people were being brought to trial who were responsible for committing the atrocities, the victims of the atrocities, did they say, let bygones be bygones, turn the other cheek because vengeance is the Lord's? Or did they seek eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth justice? Well, we all understand what happened with that, because even until this day, if there's someone who was seen at that time as a collaborator, someone who was an official who was down with the, let's just say, the Nazi party, those people at 70, 80, 90 years old are still being brought to justice and being charged with what? Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth justice. The one you just mentioned, October 7th, when they said that Hamas came down on, what was it, parachutes? It came down on parachutes and did an attack on the state of Israel. When that took place, was it vengeance is the Lord's, turn the other cheek, let bygones be bygones, or was it eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth? Well, I don't have to tell you that, because until this day, every time you turn on the news, you see what? A new place that has been bombed, a new place that has been ravished, more casualties. You're seeing it unfold before your eyes. So the nations deal with the concept or the mindset of eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. So what does that have to do with us? Well, the same way atrocities have been committed against other people, we gave some instances, understand that great atrocities, I would say even greater atrocities, have been committed against us. So in their mind, with their thinking, which is eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, they're looking and saying within themselves, there must be, or there should be, a time in which these people take on that same mindset. And if so, what happens when they decide to go eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth? So I believe that based upon that, they've watched us closely throughout the decades, throughout the centuries, throughout the millennia, to ensure that we're continuously distracted, that we're continuously divided, so that we don't ever come to that mindset. Not saying that that's what we are personally thinking. That's not what we're looking to enact. I want to make that clear. But again, I'm coming from their mindset and how they operate and how they think. So they remember situations. They remember the time of the 60s, the civil rights movement. They remember Martin Luther King. They remember Malcolm X. They remember the Black Panthers. They remember H. Rap Brown. They remember Stokely Carmichael. They remember the Black Liberation Army. They have modern examples of what happens when we actually rise up and start making decisions to take justice into our own hands. So going to the book of Exodus, the first chapter, very quickly.
Exodus 1, let me get it for you.
Exodus 1 and 7.
Yes, sir. So that's a good point. Not that we would ever think to do that. They fear that if we have had enough power, if the thoughts came to us to actually execute or to seek vengeance based on some of the things they have done against us, then they fear that might happen.
Exactly.
So it's a fear factor, not that we would do it. They want to make sure we're never in a position to do it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. Exodus 1 and 7.
Yes, sir. And it says here, and the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly and multiplied and waxed exceeding mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there rose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph, and he said unto his people, behold, the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. As you stated earlier, they say we're only 13% of the population. Yet there's so much time, there's so much focus, there's so much energy, there's so much finances, there's so much programming put into ensuring that we stay divided, that we stay distracted, and when it comes around to political season, that we are involved, that we are a part of the process of choosing who it is the next president or the next such and such and so and so.
And you know why, Elder Lloyd? Because the process was actually created to keep us under subjection. So they have to understand whether or not they want us engaged, because the whole thing is it was set up to keep us in subjection. If we're not engaged, then they're looking at the system in of itself and what threat we might become not being under the influence.
Exactly.
So it's sort of like a gauge on where we are with their political elections from one cycle to the next. But go on. That's a good point.
Yes. Yes, sir. And I think the next scripture actually speaks to what you just said. Verse 10. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also on to our enemies and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land. So as you just mentioned, they need us engaged, because once we disengage, they're now looking and saying, okay, who are they now making alliances with against us?
Exactly. And that's a great point, Elder Lloyd, because you have to think about this. This is why they have a problem with Israelites. Because out of every religion that they are able to coexist or influence, this is one belief where there's nothing they can do to influence, undermine, or figure out what direction it's going in. Right? It's the unknown. Usually if they're like a lot of people don't know this, apologetics write a lot of the literature and all that for the churches in our community when it comes to theology. So there's a dependence our churches have on apologetics. But we all know apologetics, they're the ones that are behind setting up the TD Jakes, Creflo Dollars, because they have to stay close concerning the control of the children of Israel. But what we're dealing with and what the natural awakening, there's no power they have of influence. And that, I believe, that scares them. And that,
absolutely.
And that's a great point you made with Exodus 1, where they are afraid that we're going to do what they would do if they had the opportunity.
Exactly.
If they had think about this, if they had the opportunity to have this thing around, and the people who were enslaved and did things to them during World War I and World War II was around, and they had the power to inflict justice against them, right? So think about it. That's what they're thinking. Like, hold up. They're thinking like, hold up. These blacks are these Israelites, these Judites, because they know we're Jews. They're going into slavery history and realizing that wasn't just a white Christian thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're no longer confused with the Hollywood example of slavery, and they're now more pointing fingers to us than they would be white Christians. So they're starting to look back and saying, well, no, they're not buying the Hollywood programming of what really happened in slavery. Now, suppose they found out that it was our banks that funded the ships, that we were given licenses from one port to the next. What if they find out that we had a hand in the original plantations turned corporations? Right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I can understand why they have to play us close and why they are alarmed now that our people aren't engaging like we used to. But here's a good question, Elder Lawyer. It seems like right now a lot of brothers, and it's good because I'm going to tell you, a lot of brothers see what's going on and are silent, but yet they're moving accordingly. They're not even putting it out there, but you can tell. Like, you can walk down the street and you can see a brother and you be like, yeah, he looking at you, you're not, like, it's like, we know, but we're not broadcasting the fact that, you know, we're not under the program of America like we used to, the programming of it like we once were. And you know why? Because in a nutshell, based on the destruction of family, that was one thing family in general had us invested spiritually in fighting for and believing and having hope in this country altogether. But now that they have, you know, they have accomplished dismantling family, that let me tell you, that have destroyed the hope in men for the future of America in of itself. But brothers are moving, but they're moving silently, and yet they're not engaged in this political system like we once were.
Right.
But my question is, do the sisters see what's going on, or it's not at the rate we need it to be? Let me put it that way. It's not at the rate we need it to be when it comes to sisters understanding it's time to back up out of the system. It's time to find a different way. It seems like our sisters somehow have been galvanized into this again, to believe that this Democrat Party is here to help us. But I digress. What else do you have to say before I open it up?
Yes, sir. Just conclude it. Well,
no. I would rather you finish it all out.
Yes, sir.
What you got next?
Yes, sir. Just jump into verse 16, and then I'll finish off in Wisdom of Solomon 5.
Okay. Well, I'm going to button it up until I'm done here. Let you finish out your thought. Exodus 1 and 16, you said?
Yes, so you start at verse 15.
And the king of Egypt spake to Hebrew midwives, of which the name of the one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah. And he said, when you do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew woman, that's a nurse, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then shall she live.
Hence, you have those what they call it, the Planned Parenthood buses showing up at the DNC rally. Why? Not because they care about protecting your rights or your right to choose or your right to receive women's health or whatever the case may be. Again, it goes back to the fact that you are a potential threat. This is why they don't have agendas. And we talk about them having black agendas or things or agendas that are specifically targeted to forwarding the progress of black people in America. The reason they don't have that is because they don't see you as just a regular, normal, first-class citizen. They see you as a potential political, military threat on domestic soil. Or at any time, things don't go your way, you may decide to turn over and turn up on the system. So they decided that, listen, instead of keep trying to, cater to some degree or a low level cater to these people or pander to these people, we're tired of that. Time to get rid of these people. Because again, the more you grow, the more you become in their mind. Not that this is what you're thinking, not that's what we're thinking, but in their mind, you have the potential to become a threat on domestic soil. So now they have to slowly but surely eliminate you.
Okay.
So finishing off in Wisdom of Solomon 5:1, Salakia,
Okay.
I'm not sure if yes.
Oh, no, this is good. Wisdom of Solomon, let's get it. Wisdom of Solomon 5, you said?
Yes, sir, 5:1.
5:1. It reads, let me get it for you here. Wisdom of Solomon 5, verse 1. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labors.
Exactly. And this is why, again, they're keeping an eye on us. This is why there's a particular fear towards us. We often ask ourselves, if all of the hatred and all of the hurt and the pain that we exhibit or that we put forward is exhibited against ourselves, why are these external forces, why are these nations, why are they so afraid? Well, they're afraid that one day we're going to put away that hatred. We're going to put away the division. They're afraid we're going to put away all the distractions they put before us and start asking the right questions. They're afraid that we may start looking not looking at each other as the enemy, as numero uno enemy. They're afraid that we may start looking at who the true enemy is. And when we look at the true enemy, we're going to start asking them questions. We did all of this. We built this country. We built the foundation of what this country, this great country became, that everyone talks about as a great place of opportunity, a place where anyone can come and become the greatest of the great of themselves. Well, who was responsible for building this? And if whoever we find responsible for building this, what is it that they deserve? Especially if everyone has benefited off of the backs of what these people built. Bible says what? We will stand in great boldness before the face as such as have afflicted us and made no account of our labors. And that's exactly what they've done. They have misused us, mistreated us, and used us to build this place up and have made no account of our labors. And now they're afraid that we're going to start looking at them and asking them. And take it a little further. Instead of just asking, they're afraid that we may start taking up action against them. Again, that's not what we're thinking, but this is
That's
how
what they are
think.
afraid of. But Elder
Exactly.
Lawyer, on that point, though, it's deep because it seems like every time you go into the scriptures, like the Bible is manifold, you get something else out of it. And it says, then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such has afflicted him, and made no account of his labors. That this is a breaking point for them, because when it says made no account for his labors, out of all the time we were living here after building this country, for the first time in mass, our people are asking for reparations. Because they made no account for our labor. We're asking to get paid for our foreparents' labor. That's reparations.
Exactly.
The face of such has afflicted him and made no account of his labors. That means they'll be coming at the very end asking for the pay for their dead foreparents who slaved, who were thrown to the sharks on the way over here, who was raped, maimed, destroyed, and still built the country and made it so fruitful that all people of the world can benefit from it. They knew it would come a time where these same people would be saying, you know what? cut the check.
Exactly. Exactly.
Made no account of his labors. Let me finish reading this. This is good.
Yes, sir. You can bring it down.
When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they look for. And they, repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit, shall say within themselves, this was he whom we had sometimes in derision, and a proverb or reproach. That means we called them the N-word and all that. And now they see, guess what? They even see that none of that has an effect on us emotionally anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They can say that word and be like, oh, listen, who cares?
Right.
So even the triggers they used to use to keep us emotionally invested doesn't work anymore. They can't even name call us anymore because we don't care. Okay? Cut the check. Okay? It says, this was he whom we had sometimes in derision, a proverb or reproach. And then they're going to look and say, we fools accounted his life madness. We thought that we could turn all of them into sexy reds and easy E's. Right? Right? We thought we can turn them all into into a minstrel show. Mm-hmm. And the Spirit of the Most High is just drudging and just striking through all of that false images they putting out there, and we're shattering the stereotypes they're trying to portray as God's people. We fools accounted his life madness and his end to be without honor. We thought after smearing them through Hollywood and through media that they would end out dishonorable. They would end up dishonorable. How is he, speaking of Judah, Israel, how is he numbered amongst the children of God? And his lot is amongst the saints. How could it be? How could it be Birdman and all they put out there, right?
Yep.
How could it be that these people that was a mockery, that was a shame, Luke from Miami, how could it be that these people who was a mockery were really God's people? How is it that Lil Wayne and all these people, how is these people God's people? And this is what's going to mess them up. And it says right here, therefore have we erred from the way of truth, speaking of you Gentiles, and the light of righteousness have not shined upon us, and the Son of righteousness rose not upon us. But instead of them repenting, elder, it tell you down here that in turn, they're going to do what? They're going to oppress the ones of us who are left. It tell you down here that instead of them repenting, they're going to double down on their evil, even knowing they're wrong.
Yep.
He says, listen, you know what we're going to do? We're going to oppress the poor righteous man and see if their God can save them out of what's next. And this is what's going on, Elder Lawyer, with these immigrants, which are not immigrants at all. They're mercenaries under the label of immigrants. They're mercenaries. So they're going to throw us out of our house. They're going to continue to cut us off. They're going to do all of these things, topple the economy, believe it or not, and use that as cover to come against those of us who are left. But, hey, the Most High have another plan.
Yes, sir.
Anything else, Elder Lawyer?
No, sir. Let's go to the calls.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm going to use this right here. I'm going to do it this way so I don't have to cut you off, Elder Lawyer. right. And also I have Zoom working for those who like to come in to Zoom for a moment. Let's see. Thank you, Elder Dell, for holding it down.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
All right, let's see.
Unmuted.
All right, this is Elder Ricard. We're talking about this evening. And for those who don't know, y'all probably missed the introduction here. I think I broke my headphones. I taped these things up anyway. Hold on. For those who missed the intro, we have a new Hebrew and Bible Academy that just started. We're in week 4, whose Edom is the lesson. And me and Elder Lawyer will have some giveaways to give out. We'll be signing these and sending them out. Right? The Talmud Unmasked. This is what? This is Edom week, so we're giving you Edom material. The Talmud Unmasked.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Elder Lawyer and I are going to sign them this weekend and get them shipped out Monday or Tuesday. And I have some extra books. I ordered 3 too many. So we're going to be also sending out a few of these. Medical Apartheid. Medical Apartheid, the dark history of medical experimentation on black Americans, Judites, from colonial times to the present. Medical experiments they were doing against us since slavery up until present. We're going to be giving out this. We're going to sign them. And I hope that it falls upon one of you brothers and sisters, you blessed brothers and sisters, and get this. These are good reads. You need to hear. You need to read what's in this book. Elder Lawyer, put it on mute for me real quick. You there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just put it on mute for me real quick. Real quick here.
Yep.
All right, let's see. All right, the mic is turned up. Let's go here. We have Sanzi with a comment.
I just want to show something real quick, sir, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Along with that, I don't know if we want to do it this week or maybe later down the line in the academy. Have some precept books here that come with their own pen. You can probably throw these in there as well as some giveaways for the academy. Nice green precept books come with their own pen. Again, we're looking to send these out as well.
Okay, how many of those do you have?
We got about 12 of them.
12 of them? Okay,
Yes,
well, we'll sign those. All right. We'll send out probably 2 of those along with what we have here.
Yes, sir.
And week 6, we can send out the rest of those, and I'll do another giveaway week 6.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
And we're going into the Jesuits, this academy. You don't want to miss it. And we also are going into a marriage lesson. But this time, instead of just man, woman, what was in the fruit that leads to man and woman battling against one another? We're going to go into that. What was in the fruit and what have they produced today to replace that fruit, which is what? A continual dopamine hit. Okay? And when it says her eyes were open, she seen the fruit was good to make one wise, and her eyes were open. It was a continued dopamine hit. What have they used in this earth today to replace it? And guess what? It's being used today to separate relationships. We're going to talk about that and more in this academy. And thank you, brothers and sisters, for being patient with us during our technical issues. I guarantee you, we got everything straight. The transitioning out of the building into the new building has been a little shaky with the technical side, but it's fixed. All right. Now, thank you, other lawyer. I really appreciate that. Right?
Yes, sir.
If you have some other books you want to give out there, let me know. I'll probably put it in my library too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got quite a few things, but we can just behind the scenes.
I mean, I got books all over the place over here. All right.
Yeah, so do I.
Hey, man, listen. I'll tell you what, when it's time to go, they can have the clothes.
Yes, sir.
I need one pair of pants and one pair of pants and a shirt. A matter of fact, this shirt I have on came from, it's called Proven. Proven. Proven clothing. All right? Proven clothing. There's a barcode here. Proven, Proven 313.com. Even have a barcode with it, but it's proven313.com. And also there's shirts like this. And our people be getting it in, don't they? Lord, look at that. That's the one I'm going to be wearing next week. 1 Corinthians 3:13. Right? Oh, yeah. Proven 313. Right? And, you know, I got my Israelite flag shirt on. Okay. We're going to, yeah. All right. Sanzay has a comment and or question. Shalom.
Shalom, Elder.
How are you?
How are you and Elder Lloyd? How are y'all doing?
Blessed by the best. Shalom.
Good. My comment is about the black Jews. I think as a people, Elder, we just don't want to understand, or I say that we're scared, I think, a lot of us, of the truth and by who is, I guess, really telling us the truth. They don't want to take it from some people. They rather take it from the Gentiles. I think they take it more from them if they told them instead of listening to us.
Well, sister, what you mean? I mean, I think I understand what you're saying, but what do you think they are afraid of when you say they are afraid? With them receiving the truth.
I think that I really think they just can't believe that they're royalty, that they're really special, that they're somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I do. You know, I believe everything that you've been teaching and to me, and I've been following you ever since 2011.
All praises to the Most High.
And I've seen a lot of stuff going on, even with the medical field. My granddaughter had my great-grandson, and when she was in the hospital, the doctor was trying to keep the baby and send her home.
What?
But as me, yes, I had to really fight to get her out of the hospital because they wanted to give the baby a hepatitis B and a hepatitis C shot. And I asked them a question, why? You know, what you want to give a newborn baby this type of medicine, and he's never had no dealing with anybody. So they couldn't answer the question for me. And then another experience I've had is with my son. He's been very sick. He's been diagnosed with diabetes, but what we have found out that it's really not diabetes. It's your pancreas that they're having problems with, and they don't know how to treat it. So what they're using is that psychological on you, just like you said, telling you stuff and then making you believe them when they know they're really telling you a story. So once we found out about it, my son just refused to take the insulin. My son was weighing 280-some pounds. Now he's down to 140-some pounds.
Good.
He's been very sick. He would like to talk to you too, Elder, if you would call him. I've been trying I want to get him to the church in Atlanta to get baptized. But
Okay.
he's so weak to the point I don't even know if he can make the ride.
All right, let's do this. 1 second. Let me write down your number. Your name is Sanzay?
Sanzy, yes, I've talked to you before.
Okay, 1 moment, Sanzy. And let me have your son's name again.
His name is Cedrie, Cedrie, Foster.
Okay, I'll have Bishop Baruch call you, and we'll work it from there, okay?
I sure appreciate that, Elder, because I've tried to reach out to Deacon Baruch, but I know he's very busy and stuff, and you probably just haven't seen my email. But
well, don't worry about it.
I would appreciate it.
He's going to call you. Another thing is you probably want to talk about some herbs that can help your son's pancreas. I mean, I'm talking about a doctor, a good doctor, who deal on the health side of things. And I can probably get you in connection with that, okay?
Okay, I appreciate it, Elder. But thank y'all for everything that you are doing, and may the Most High continue to bless you all, protect you all. And I do everything because I'm in the academy. I've been in there about 13 times. It's my 13 lessons. And I made myself a promise until I leave this world, I'm going to stick with y'all because I'm 69 years old, and I've never learned what I have learned from nobody but you all. And I know y'all the real people, so I'm sticking with you all.
Well, thank you, sister. And I'll put prayers up for your home and your son. All right. So he will be receiving a call soon. All right.
All right. The water.
I end the ball. Look at that.
I have a blessing.
Shalom. Yeah, Elder Lawyer, you're doing a great job. You have a sister, 69-year-old, talking about the water.
Man, all praise to the Most High.
Ain't that something? Look at that.
Yes, sir.
You know, she's been to a lot of churches, and she's home now. She's finally settled home. Ain't that a blessing? All right, let's go down the line. 310 area code. 310 area code. Ishmael.
Shalom, elders.
Shalom, Ishmael. How are you?
I'm doing good, blessed by the best. I was calling in on you guys' topic. It seems to me we all have the same, come to the same consensus. How do you say that word? That it's fear. Why they keep us under their thumbnail? Because as in war, they say you keep your enemies close to keep a good eye on them.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. And yeah, that's the point. They were set up by Caesar, under Augustus Caesar, one of the youngest Caesars. They were set up so that they can become satellites or to orbit everything Judea does, whether it be Judah, Benjamin, and Levi in particular. They must watch us at all times and report back. Like even though the 10 tribes would one day be awakened by Judah, they had their position from government, the Vatican, was to make sure if these blacks ever established anything anywhere, they were to infiltrate and or influence. So that started off, that particular thing in particular started off with the Sanhedrin and the Roman Empire setting up the converted Jews to become satellites over us. Okay. That's what happened. And that's their job. That's their position. Okay. Everyone have their positions. It's no different than Asians have their little thing cut out for them, right? They got their thing where if they come into a neighborhood, they got nails, and chicken fried rice, right? And probably dry cleaners. It is not their position to keep tabs on us. Ishmael, Arabs have their lane cut out. Well, the lane that was cut out is that these people, the synagogue, would cleave to us at all times as an influence or to report on what's going on with the people of Judea. So it'll never be a time with it. There'll always be a Vlad. There'll always be, one of these guys playing us or playing us close. It'll always be like that. That'll never change. But go on.
Right, Elder, I agree totally. Or you could say so-called culture vultures. And, a lot of people will get mad at you when you call out so-called white or Edomite rappers who want to join the culture. But I think Kendrick said it best. They're not like us. And I think it's definitely fear-based. They can see that prophecy is ramping up, kind of being accelerated. You're seeing all the new animals popping up out of the ocean, things that's never been seen. God is showing his power. Earthquakes in Texas, New York, all these natural disasters due to the rape of the children of Israel waking up to the truth and the rapidness of it. And that's all, Elder. Shalom.
Shalom, brother. And hold on. Hold on, brother. What city and state are you from?
I'm in Las Vegas. I just missed the baptism you guys had here. I got in too late.
Okay, well, make sure you reach out. Make sure you reach out, brother, because time is running out.
Well,
and, how old are you?
Can you take my number or link me with the body out here?
Okay, hold on. Let me do it.
A video of a creature with the body.
Hold on. Because you just hold on. Let me get an ink pen. You just brought something up that I have to show everyone. I don't know if Elder Lawyer sees this either. Hold on. What do I do with my ink pen here? Hold on.
I consider one of your prized pupils. I've been studying and learning from you for a long time, and I'm definitely under the spirit right now. I get nervous when I talk to you because I hold you in such high esteem, but we know YASHAYA is the Messiah, but you definitely are a shepherd to our people.
All praise be to the Most High, brother. I'm just here. I'm just picking up my part, plowing, and planning until the end, brother. And through that, the Most High have hedged and protected my family and have expanded this work. So, a matter of fact,
That's right.
Do I have a choice? We are prisoners to this work. Hold on, let me Ishmael is your name. Hold on. Ishmael.
And I'm not an Arab. I'm actually a so-called Puerto Rican from the tribe of Ephraim.
Look at that. Ephraim. What city and state again?
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay, you will have a call tomorrow, young man. I'm going to have Luke call you up.
Okay, you have my number, Elder?
I just wrote it down. Let me see. I have it.
106663.
Oh, don't put it out there. The last four is 6141, right?
No, 0162.
Okay, see that? I'm glad you said something. Hold on. All right, let's see. Try that again. Your last four is 0162, correct?
Yes, Elder.
I got you. You'll have a phone call tomorrow, my brother. All right?
Tawada.
My brother.
God bless you guys. Have a good rest of your broadcast.
Thank you. And I did put up the Zoom in case someone would like to come in. I'm just trying to do a test, even though I know it's working now, to make sure everything is good. To get ready to speak to my Academite members face to face this coming Sunday. Who is Edom? We're going to go into those Jesuits too. But anyway, let's see. 1 second. Elder Lawyer, I don't know if you've seen this. I'm gonna pull it up right here. I'm gonna pull it up. I don't know if you.
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen this. Look what they're pulling out of the water now. As in the days of Noah, then shall the coming of the Son of Man be. Look at what they're pulling out of the water. Look at this.
Of a seal and a cow's head is being shared on social media platforms, alluding to its being a new kind of animal. Many similar videos of creatures that look like a mix of sea and land animals are also going viral. Such discoveries should have been covered in the news if they were real, but the absence of such reports indicates that the
part cow, part seal, coming out of the waters. As in the days of Noah, then shall the coming of the Son of Man be. Here we go. Watch out. As the days of Noah. And they showed this. Now this on the right was questionable, but not the one on the left, not the cow. As in the days of Noah, then shall the coming of the Son of Man be. Mixing what? Amphibious creatures with beasts. All right, let's get to the next call. Victoria has a comment. Yes, Victoria.
Thank you. I have a comment. I appreciate you for having me. I just was thinking as you was talking, and I said, this is the same political machine since Rome, Caesar, Augusta, and Herod.
Yep.
We are the sheep being led to the slaughter. The slaughter is that DNC bus being parked outside of the DNC the DNC meeting where they're all meeting together. They don't have to give us a policy. The policy is blaring right in front of us. The policy since the beginning of time. So if she does win, just like Barack Obama, they don't have to give us anything because the policy was right in front of us. And we've been sleeping and we're being led like sheep.
Sister, you're right on point, but I can tell you what. I just showed the Venezuela line that was 8 years ago. Now, from Chavez had Venezuela as one of the more prosperous countries in South America. And what is the one policy Kamala said she's going to do if she's voted in first day? Which is utterly ridiculous for somebody waiting for her to do something when she's in office right now. So if she's in office right now, anything she wanted to do with Biden, she could do right now. But I digress. Watch how the lines be around the corner in the United States, like the beta test Venezuela. She said she's going to draft an executive order, legislation, that would set prices for supermarkets and other stores claiming they're price gouging. There's no price gouging. It's called inflation. If you give billions to Israel within 4 years, billions to the Ukraine, open up the coffers and give all of the money to immigrants by the millions. They let 10 million people in the country within 4 years. So what happens? Well, if you begin to rob the treasury, inflation, everything goes up. So she's trying to claim it's the supermarket price gouging as if people are stupid. But if she does what she says she's going to do and regulate how supermarkets actually price things. I'm going to tell you right now, if she does that, a lot of supermarkets are going to go out of business because they're not going to be able to sustain their products. They're setting their price based on the inflation. So there's no price gouging. They have to go up based on the inflation due to the Treasury. The Biden administration, along with Kamala, giving all the money out that's depleting the Treasury. So what's going to happen is, listen, so if she does this, not only the Walmarts are going to shut down, they're shutting down, the supermarkets are going to have to shut down. Okay? If you understand how inflation works, they are purposely hyperinflating and destroying the economy so that everything goes sky high. And if they regulate and say, well, supermarkets, you can't base your pricing off of inflation anymore. You have a set price for everything. Supermarkets are going to have to go out of business. It's really that simple. So if she does what she says she's going to do, get voted in to regulate supermarkets, that's no different than what they did in Venezuela that led to lines around the corner because why? The supermarkets had to close. Okay? Now the Venezuelans who have escaped what they've done over there are over here now. Where are we going to go? And that's a whole nother conversation. You have the last word.
I have hope. I do understand there will be a famine, but I am remembering when Christ said, let me take these 5 loaves of bread and feed the people. We are waiting for Christ to come back. We have to be vigilant. We have to stand as a hopeful people and trust the Most High God. Yeah. And I thank you at the age of 66, I have found the truth. And I love you and the family. I'm glad that I'm aboard this ark.
Look at that. All Thank praises. Bless you, sister.
Thank you.
Yeah, keep in mind, the way things are established, it's an open and free market. If you don't have an open and free market where the supermarkets and others can adjust based on inflation, that's communism. Okay? That means the government is controlling the free market. That destroys capitalism. Now, there's no such thing as price gouging. She is lying. Because in a free market, if one market decide to price gouge and have their eggs or something at $10, and there's another supermarket 2 blocks away that's selling their eggs for $5, where everyone is going? The person who price gouge will be out of business immediately because the guy selling the cheaper eggs will make all the money. So that's a bunch of bogus lying when she claimed that there's price gouging. There's already regulation in place where all the supermarkets must what? They must price based on the free market. Usually what you see in one supermarket in price, you'll find in another supermarket the same price. So she's lying. What she's doing is preparing America for communism and long food lines around the corner if she can regulate forcing supermarkets to keep something at the same price. The business will no longer cease to exist. Okay? Supermarkets don't make that. Yeah, they don't make that much money anyway. They only make cents off of each product because they're there to supply the community. They're not there to really make a profit like that.
Right.
Okay? So, and guess what? Guess who they're gonna blame when this girl is put in office? If she make it there, you will never guess who they're gonna blame. One second. You'll never guess. I gotta eat. I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna move through these, and it's time for me to eat. I had an early broadcast today. A lot of information. There's much for y'all to think about in this. But guess what? Don't panic. There's no need to panic. Just like the Most High showed us the prophecies, show the prophets and the disciples the prophecies going forward. Folks, there's prophecies of how we make it through this, but not without Christ and not without coming together and stop battling and fighting one another. Our fight is not with one another. We wrestle not with flesh and blood. They're on the outside causing conflict, keeping us at odds with one another when we'll need one another. Okay? 901 area code. Nicole.
Shalom, elders. How are you this evening?
How you doing, Miss Nicole? Good to hear from you.
You too. I know. It seems like I call all the time, but I tell you, I always have questions that I be wanting to ask and don't get a chance. So forgive me if I'm too regular. But
ain't no such thing as too regular. Talk to me.
Well, first I want to say I'm enjoying the academy. I just the knowledge that we are attaining. My husband, he takes the test every first of the week. He's trying to get another certificate. Man, I tell you, I love the drive of him trying to learn Hebrew. It's just it's just mesmerizing. It just makes him so attractive and just the leader I've always wanted. So I wanted to start out by saying thank you for that. And regarding the Jews, I know that coming from a psychology background, that a lot of the reason why we are so, I guess I would describe us as thirsty for self-esteem is because of the fear instilled in us and the lack of identity, obviously. And we need to, our people, it's like they're reaching and grabbing for anything to give us esteem, and instead of reaching to where we came from, we just reaching to be equal, and we're satisfied with just, okay, if we could just be equal, when the Most High said in Deuteronomy 7:6 that we are to be above, and that's scary, and that's so foreign to us. We can't fathom being above all other nations that are upon the face of the earth. We just can't fathom that. And that's one of the things that I find so difficult to convince people about what the true gospel is to a people that are lost, that are people who don't know who they are, is to believe, to get them to wrap their mind around the concept that we're supposed to be, we are the chosen because the Most High has chosen us to be the light to the Gentiles and to be above all the other nations. And I use all kind of comparisons. I have a YouTube channel where my husband and I are sharing this truth, but a lot of times I like to use the analysis of a child. You giving a child the rules of the house, or, it would be the laws to us, and the children in the neighborhood come over, and you leave the house, but you leave that oldest child, that firstborn child, in charge. And then when they leave, when you come back, and the house is a mess, but then you're not gonna chastise or whip the other neighborhood kids. You're gonna whip your own child, because they're the ones that were given the law. They understand the standards of the house. And so we can't fathom in our minds that because we are the people who were given the law, that we are supposed to be above all other people. And to me, that's just such a big hurdle why we can't embrace being the black Jews, because we're not supposed to be on the same level. We're so comfortable in our inferiority. and it's a sad, sad truth. That's kind of what I wanted to share. Oh, and I had a question too. The other week when Sonia Massey passed away, or she was killed by the policeman, she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." And on my timeline on Facebook, a lot of people who were saying that the reason why she was killed is because there's no power in the name of Jesus. And you may not want to address this tonight, but I would love to hear
the whole thing.
What your
Listen,
response to that is.
sister. All due respect, I know you've been probably listening to people for a while. There's a reason why I don't talk about these particular events, because later, the reason why it's because after everything is said and done, you come to find out that they weren't exactly what the news were reporting. And there is a lot of drills and things that happens right before election that stirs us up, and they put a lot of narrative on these stories, and guess what? I keep saying, if it didn't happen and you didn't see it, if you believe one thing of it, you'll believe all of it. Even that thing that with George Floyd, when this coming Friday on Patreon, I can show you a report based on the death of a certificate with that name. So I'm going to leave it. I told people a year ago, right before the election, they're going to have a black person, white cop narrative again, because they do the same thing every election cycle. So they then they'll have them say certain things that would trigger us emotionally to get us politically engaged. Like George Floyd, his last words was "mama." Now, who was that going to affect and make them go out and vote? The same way, Jesus. Now the Christians must get involved and get back on the Democrat train because she cried for Jesus. Sister, all due respect, if someone passed, we say we pray for the family and say let the Most High bless the family. But the whole thing is, listen, and I don't like the selective outrage. And when I say the selective outrage, listen to me good. They just rolled a Planned Parenthood bus in front of the DNC, seeking to get rid of more of our children. But yet they want us to listen to what they claim this sister said out of nowhere, Jesus and all this other stuff. So listen, it's about getting a certain demographic emotionally charged so that they can go out and vote for the Democrats. They could care less about that sister. So they'll always pick one person every year and claim something happened with the police. Okay? So all due respect.
I hear you.
So all due respect, if I didn't see it, if it's on the news, it didn't happen.
I appreciate that wisdom. I will abide by that. Thank you for that. That is excellent. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good evening.
Okay. That's why I don't listen to MSNBC, CNN, none of that garbage. How can you say you're down with Massey and her being killed by a cop and not be enraged with all these people who just got put out of their apartments due to some migrants that y'all voted to come into and kick them out of their houses? So we're not going for it no more. And if our people keep going for it, you listen, I'm going to tell you, you keep listening to CNN and MSNBC, they're going to emotionally trigger you with their spells into believing this stuff they're saying. Spencer. As far as I'm concerned, if I didn't see it, it's Hollywood. Let me put it that way. They know exactly what to say and what to do to get us emotionally charged into voting. And next thing you know, it's going to come out that this policeman was a Republican. They probably sit on that until like 2 weeks, a month before the election, and say that the police that shot her was a Republican. We got to wake up now. Spencer, you have a question.
Yes, how are you, brothers, the elders? You and brother lawyer. Hey man, shalom.
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 I've been I just wanted to comment on what you went over tonight. Man, brother lawyer, man, he hit so much on the head, and you come to the understanding that we are those people that are in the Bible. That's our bloodline. It makes a difference, man. It changed my whole perspective on life. You know what I'm saying? I was one of those Eazy's and Dr. Dre's and all that back then, man. Now I see that it was just total destruction toward our people, you know. And, man, the blessings that I've received, you know, all praises to the Most High through you brothers doing the diligent work. I'm talking about work that I want to do, that I'm doing now, and it's going to be all the way to the end, brother. I plan on seeing you at the finish line, Jack.
I guess you're going to see, I hope you see us before that, but hey, let's do it.
Hey, yeah, absolutely. But, you know, I hear you always speak, you know, if you want to do something, do it to the end. So, I've been listening to you brothers since, man, like 2016, driving a truck. And at that time, I just asked God with tears in my eyes to give me something, man, because I know there's more to it than this. And I hadn't even touched my phone. I looked down at my phone, and there go your video. And man, I've been watching you and brother lawyer ever since, man. And I tell everybody that I can about you, and you know, and I study your lessons. Like just tonight, my three sons, 14, 12, and 17. We sit down at this dinner table. I got a TV in my kitchen. We watching this program as we speak right now.
Look at that.
You know, and man, they one thing about it, you think a child don't understand, the Most High give them the understanding. You know, and man, I just want to say thank you to you brothers, man, and actually I plan on getting them baptized. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I want that baptism. I done been baptized 2 times, and I ain't feeling the Holy Spirit. It wasn't the right one, and
all right.
I know this one right here gonna work because you know it was always something in me, something. I had the questions that I had in that Bible at a young age because I was brought up in the Christian church. Questions that I had back then, you know what they would tell me? Don't worry about it. Just believe in Christ. Just believe in Jesus and repent. And I say, you know something? That got to be us that was on them slave ships. That was one of my questions. Y'all answer everything from my youth all the way up until now, and you went in that Bible and got it? Man, look at here. Ain't no looking back. I can't turn my hand away from the plow. I can't do it. And I want to get baptized. You know, if you can get the information out to somebody for me to get in contact with me, because I tried to reach out to a few brothers and I hadn't heard anything back. You know, I know where the meeting place is, but I just wanted some more information in regards to it, and that's what I want, my brother.
All right,
that's what
Spencer,
I want.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on. And you in North Carolina, what part?
In Charlotte.
Okay, Charlotte. Okay,
and my hometown is Augusta, Georgia.
Look at that.
I've been down there telling them a lot.
Well, we were just there, actually. We had the
yeah, absolutely.
We had the gala there, and yeah.
Yes, you did.
So I'll tell you what, my brother Spencer, your phone number ends in 5319, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to make sure I'll call you up, Elder Al. You should receive a call before the weekend. All right.
All right, man. And another big shout out to you brothers, man. You and Brother Lawyer. Man, he brought it. Man, it was like reading a true novel for real. Like everything unfold like real time. And I just appreciate you brothers, man, and I thank the Most High for you.
Well, thank you, my brother, and bless you. Bless you.
Bless you as well, man.
All right. Beautiful people. It's good to hear, man. It's refreshing to hear our people, after all this time seeking the knowledge of themselves, to know that was us in the Bible the whole time. I mean, what a revelation. What a revelation. And you know what's deep about it? All the other nations knew. It just didn't say anything. That's the deep part about it. Just exploiting us without I'm not going to say all, because I remember I was on the corner. I remember I was on the corner, Broad and Alney. I think this was 1993, and I was selling oils. I was selling oils at Broad and Alney. There's a synagogue up the street, and I had a 6-pointed star that I made out of hematite stone. Now, I know the 6-pointed star is a star of Moloch, but I didn't know that's what it was back then. So I'm not going to say everyone denied the truth to us. There was a rabbi who came out of the synagogue while I was selling oils, and he says he purchased some oil, even though at that time I was with UPK and all that, but usually we would be on the corner cursing people out, right? But I was never into that type of interaction anyway. I more so was into the doctrinal understanding of breaking the people down respectfully without calling them out of their names. But anyway, he brought some oil from me, and he says, "You made that?" And I said, "Yeah, I made it. I was a young guy." Yeah. He says, "Oh, that's interesting." He said, "You made that yourself?" I'm, "Yeah, I made it out of hematite stone." And he says, "You know y'all the Jews, right?" He was a white rabbi, Broad and Alney. I was a kid at this time. So not all of them. Now, whether or not they will say it publicly on CNN, that's a whole different conversation. But I've been told by a Jewish rabbi when I first started growing in the truth. I came in around 92. And I was on the street at 93, 94 selling oils. And he stated, he says, "You know y'all the Jews, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I know." So some of them, it depends on the circumstance. They'll tell you, but I think there's some type of agreement not to state it publicly. All right. And even when I went to Manchester and was on the radio show, in between, and Gaja will tell you, because Gaja was a host at the radio station at the time. That's how he began to learn. And in between segments, the rabbi there admitted that the blacks in America and other places are Jews, are Israelites. Okay, but I'll tell you what, when that on-air light comes on, they get amnesia. All right. Winding down. Bernie has a comment. We have to do rapid fire. 1 minute per call now, because my stomach is hitting my back. I need to eat.
I know that's right, Elder. All praises to the Most High, AHAYAH, YASHAYA. I just want to say, commenting on this, well, first of all, giving honor to the ministry, GOCC. And I'm in an academy. I've been in the academies many times, and I'm loving it. I'm an academite for life. That's kind of
thank you. Thank you. Wait till you hear what brother. Wait till you hear what what we will unfold this coming Sunday.
I can't wait. I can't wait, Elder. It's just like I say, I go by Bernie B. Y'all have answered some of my comments through the chat. And anyway, but I just wanted to comment about us. You know, I live in a small town in Oklahoma, and I'm telling you, man, we are afraid to step out of those, step out. They've got us so beat down, and I think that goes through from the chattel slavery coming over on, you know, from the slave ships over here, getting run out of Jerusalem. It has done something to our mentality. And it started back before that, you know, through the teachings that I've learned through you guys. It started before then, but we have got to stand up. And until we learn how to stand up, it's going to be to our demise. And I know the Most High is coming to get a remnant. I understand that. A remnant from each generation. I understand that. But, you know, when you look at at our people and the focus of Esau upon us, he's focusing on us so strong because I believe that he still wants that birthright back. Somewhere down the line, he thinks, you know, he wants to replace us. You know, we talked about replacement theology. And so I'm just saying, that's my comment. I believe that he is actually trying to make us lose what the Most High has promised to us. And that is one of the most important things. We have to stand up and be strong, believe in YASHAYA, keep the commandments, and take our birthright back. Take it all the way to the end. What Jacob gave us, our forefather, let's run it all the way to the end. Wake up, Israel. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, my brother. That's big time. Let me place you on hold. Someone asked, well, since they're doing all these things, I appreciate you, brother. What can we do? Well, let me read this real quick. When they start putting us out of our houses and all this, then how are we going to make it through this, right? Let me read this real quick. Let me read this. Right? It tells us in the scriptures. It tells us here what? It says, 2 Ezra 16:70, for there shall be in every place and in the next city a great insurrection upon those who fear the Lord. They shall be like madmen, sparing none, but still spoiling and destroying those that fear the Most High, that fear God. Y'all see that? Then what's next? Here's your immigrants. For they shall waste and take away their goods. That's why they're taking all the money and giving it to other people. And cast them out of their houses. Like you see the Venezuelan gangs who are mercenaries who are being paid. And guess what? You think the landlords don't have no hand in all of this? You got a whole nother thing coming. So that they can get that real big money outside of Section 8 is going to be a thing of the past. They want that $10,000 per unit that's being paid out for immigrants. And it says, they shall cast you out, and then shall it be known who are my chosen. And at that point, they shall be tried as gold in a fire. What's the answer? 75. Be ye not afraid, neither doubt, for God, the Most High, is your guide. And this is the guide of them who keep the commandments and precepts, saith the Lord God. Let not your sins weigh you down, and let not your iniquities lift up themselves. Follow the laws of God, get baptized, link in with those in like mind, and as a body where two or more are gathered, he's in the midst. We will be guided. The guidance that have led to this truth before you this evening is the same spirit that lead us all the way to Zion. Okay? That leads us all the way to Zion. So fear not. Link in while it's time, while there's time. Okay? All right. Tazadoc has a question. Now, it got to be a 1 minute hit now because I'm out. Tazadak.
Khan.
What's the question?
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom,
I was
brother.
wondering about your shirt. I'm sorry. I was wondering about your shirt, though. I really like that shirt.
Man, I really like this shirt too. I mean, I'm trying to wonder why it took me so long to put it on. I seen it over there. I'm like, you know what? But I can tell you where to get it.
Yeah, I would love to get it. And like when I saw it, I was like, is that what we doing now? Do we need a flag? Because the other day, me and my wife, she had like in the previous, before she came into the truth, her and her family was dealing with this one guy, whatever, and he's a Jewish man. And he asked the other day, he was like, so you guys with that Hebrew, I mean, all that or whatever. And I was like, the thing of it, he was like, well, you guys, he was like, just because you white or black, that's not going to get you in the kingdom. I said, sir, let me explain something to you. I was like, just like they have different denominations in the Christian church, there are different Israelites that believe in different things. You have some Israelites who don't believe in Christ. I was like, so you have to kind of tell me exactly what congregation or what people you heard from. And he was like, so you believe that you're a Jew? I was like, I know that I'm a Jew. And he was like, how do you know? I said, because I read the scriptures. And I took him to Psalms 137. I said, sir, you're talking to a man who grew up without an identity. You're talking to a man who doesn't even have a real name. All you guys call us is black. We don't have a flag. We don't have our own homeland. We don't have anything. So I was like, now you're trying to come and take that away from me. I was like, that ain't gonna work. And like when I tuned into the blog, I saw your shirt and I just really fell in love. And I was like, is that what we doing? And I would like to ask, what do you think about us having our own flag? Because that shirt you have on is glorious, sir.
Well, thank you, sir. A brother just gifted me with this shirt that was a flag with a Bible right here, and it have the 12 tribes written on it. And then it shows what? It shows the fringes and borders of blue with truth at the bottom. So beautiful. I seen it. It looked so nice. I said, let me put this thing on. But maybe he have started something. Go to.
Yes, sir.
Go to. Let me put it out there. Proven313.com. PROVEN 313.com. And that's who gave the shirts. That's who ordered. That's who sent out the shirts. So support the brother.
Outstanding work. Outstanding. And like it was so timely because like when I read Psalms 137, this guy here, I asked him, I said, it's okay, so you're a Jewish man, you're a Jew, right? He was like, yeah. I said, so what tribe are you from? He said, I'm from Judah. And I said, well, let me ask you a question. I was like, what your father is like? Is he a white man or a black man? He said, well, my father is Greek and my mother is full Jewish, and that's where I get my lineage from. I said, see, sir, I was like, that's why I got to pause with you on. I was like, Christ came through the seed of who? David, the man. But he was caught off guard because he thought that I was unlearned. Now realizing that I've been learning under this church here for over a decade now, and you can't pull that off over here. And his wife is a black lady, and this is the tripped out part about it. When she heard that scripture, because I asked him, I was like, so what version are you going to read it out of? And I never heard of this version, but when they read it, and then I turned around and read it out the King James, you could just sense in the spirit that sister's mind was blown away, and then I could no longer really speak with him because she kept trying to talk to him, and I was like, ma'am, I'm really just speaking to your husband. But that was my question, and I definitely want to look into that shirt. I think it's beautiful, and I was just wondering what you think about us having our own flag, because that'll be nice.
Well, I know about this shirt right now. I don't know about a flag, but hey, you can get this shirt with a flag on it. All right. I got. Listen, I have so many. Listen, I have so much on my plate. The last thing I'm thinking about is everyone got their own part of the ministry. Maybe the Most High have it where this brother may start. He may have started something, But hey, if you want the flag, get the shirt. Shalom.
Hey, I appreciate you. Shalom.
Yeah. I'm spinning too many plates already. Right? Let's see here. But the shirt, I'm looking at it and I'm like, yo, the shirt is super bad. It got the scriptures up here on it, tight up there too. I'm like, man, he went in. I'm getting texts and everything about this shirt. You know what? Yeah, hey brother, you had to make sure. You know, make sure you get some shirts ready. I love supporting good work. Let's see. And I need a real minute, not a Hebrew minute, not an Israelite minute. Okay? I need a real minute. All right? Rapid fire. 1 minute.
The water elder for taking my call. I am in the academy since 2020.
Thank you.
I am also 68 years old in the truth.
Bless you.
I'm going to try to be fast. First of all, I don't think they are price gouging, because they're putting all of the stuff that we can't eat according to our dietary laws cheap. So they trying to entice us to buy it.
That's an interesting point.
And everything that we eat, the lamb, whatever we eat, is higher.
That's true.
So, I mean, you could get pork, crab, shrimp, lobster all day, every day for cheap. But that's what they're doing. They're trying to not give us what they know we need to eat.
Great point.
Second of all, Ezra 64, I was going to give you that scripture, but you already done it.
Yeah.
You said exactly what I was going to say.
Thank you.
In that scripture. Third of all, I've been in the academy, like I say, from 2020. I'm a retired nurse.
Thank you.
I have since 2020, I've grown my garden. I take my herbs. I listen to you. I listen to the doctor you have on there. And we have no pills in this house.
Good for you. Good for you.
No pills.
Good for you.
I got an herb for everything. I have a whole section that I have made in my kitchen with herbs. And I can go make me a tea for whatever comes up.
Good for you.
Fourthly.
Sister, we got to stop at 3. I had to do a straight shoot. But if we
okay, we'll stop at 3.
Call me.
I just want to take the water.
The water. Call me Friday. We can do 4 and 5 if you want. Call in Friday.
Okay.
Doing Patreon. All right. Shalom.
I'll be there.
All right. Bless you.
Shalom.
Shalom. Oh yeah. Remind me of my Aunt Annie on that one. She started off with 1. Next thing you know, she'd go 8. My Aunt Annie used to do the same thing. Let me tell you one thing. And next thing you know, me and my sister looking, and we on a 4th and 5th situation. All right. Jamal, last call, has a comment. Let's do an Israelite minute, Jamal. Shalom. Let's do an Israelite minute, Jamal.
I wasn't even gonna say this when I got on, but that lady said something about the Sandra Massey thing. I seen this thing on Facebook after that stuff happened, and it had a picture of both of them. Both of them look eerily similar, and their birthdays are like around the same, and their death dates are like around the same.
No, you know what, brother? That's a good point you're making, because there's a lot of facial things showing the similarities between her and someone else who look eerily similar with a similar case years ago. And I'm like, you know what? Listen, it's like clockwork. Every election cycle, there's a black person shot by a police that becomes national news, and the DNC and CNN and MSNBC, they run it like clockwork. So listen, all the killing that's going on in our area that no one care about. So listen, until they deal with that, I'll tell you what, every Massey or every George Floyd going forward, give their people, descendants of slaves, Judah, reparations. And you don't have to worry about what the cops are going to do. All right? Because if they get their own money, they'll find ways to protect themselves and not be under those scenarios that would lead to police coming to the home. So if y'all really want to fix things, don't trigger people racially, because we get nothing out of that. Okay, you want to fix things? Give all the families that actually get killed by cops reparations. Let's do exactly what happened in World War I and World War II. When people are killed, they become what? Survivors. We're slavery survivors. Okay? Similar to Holocaust survivors, it comes with what? A check. So that's the only answer going forward when it comes to trying to get people emotionally triggered, because our people get nothing out of these cop shootings. Nothing. But whoever get voted in receives billions in that position through special interests. What you have to say?
Yeah, this is my original thing. I watched. I've been following y'all since like 2015, and my daughter just came in there, and she was asking me. She's like, "Why do you always watch them? And why don't you never read the Bible for yourself? You're not gonna make it unless you meditate and do this and that." And I've been saying, I've been watching since 2015. She just moved in with me.
Okay. How old's your daughter?
Like a year ago. She is 16, finna be 17.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. My answer to that is obey your mother and father, lest your days be short on the earth. Why I'm listening to that? Because I'm a grown man and I'm your father. That's why listen. What I read and what I do is my business, and you need to fall in line. I don't know where a 16-year-old can speak to their parents like that. We living in a different generation. I would dare say something like that to my father or mother coming up at 16. Like, how do listen? Because what experience did she have in life to say how you gonna make it?
Mm-hmm.
So, brother, all due respect to you, it's time for you to get some get right and put her in where she need to be. She don't question what your father is, what her father's doing. Right?
I asked her if you I was like, I can see if I can call in and you can ask her a question or two if you need to.
No, brother, it's nah. You teach your daughter. First, you have to teach her the respect factor to where there's a line between child and adult. No, you teach your daughter. Starting with, don't question what I'm doing. Okay?
All right, yeah.
There it is. That's the first lesson. Take her to Proverbs 22, where it says, train up a child the way they should go, and when they're of age, they shall not depart from it. Give her some obedient scriptures. Okay, there's a line between an adult and you, child. All right? That's the lesson. That's the lesson. Listen to your father.
All right. Well, all right. Thanks, Elder.
My brother.
Shalom.
Shalom. That's the lesson. There it is.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
Y'all children can't be getting out of pocket. Or my father be talking about y'all children. Think you're gonna question your father talking about how he should be reading the Bible? Huh? Let me tell you, if I came out like that, you know what I mean? Different era when I was growing up. Hey, all due respect. By the time I get halfway out, there's a belt the belt is already unloosed from 3 loops already. Like, hey, what you got? I see something coming loose. No way. These children are out of the pocket. All right? All the way out of pocket. All right? Like, hold up. I don't owe you that explanation. I'm your daddy. That's the answer to that. A matter of fact, I need you to, here's this chalkboard, and I need you to write the 10 Commandments 200 times on that board. How about that? We're gonna work this thing out. That's why we popping this. You're gonna know what. Obey thy father and mother, lest your days be short on the earth. Huh? Let me show you how it works. Show you how it works before it's all said and done. Right? Here it is right here. Here's from the Holy Word. The Holy Word of God right here. AHAYAH is his name. Proverbs 22:6. Train up a child. Hold on, let me get it. Make sure I get it here. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let me see it. Yeah, make sure that's right. Bible. Get it right here. Where that Bible at? It's the best way to end this right here. Eastward. Where is it? Right there. Train up a child in the way he, excluding she, should go. And when your child is old, he will not depart from it. No child ain't gonna come in the room saying, why you doing it? Ain't reading it yourself. If the Bible is open, he's reading. With that, may the Most High be with you all. Stay prayed up. Thank you, Elder Lawyer, for all you do. I'll speak with you soon. My brother.
Sir.
You good?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll call you soon. Great work. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
All right. I'm Elder Ricard Shaw of the Gathering of Christ Church, and this concludes our broadcast for this evening, Hebrew and Bible Academy, this coming Sunday. Who is Edom? We're going to break down those Jesuits too. With that, may the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up. Sin not. We are the children of Israel, and we're back. Have a good night. Have a blessed evening.
The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Together in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, AHAYAH's gathering Israel, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, AHAYAH's gathering in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Dolly from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. From Panama, North America.